New things have turned up, and I wanted to change the titles. But it turned up, and I wanted to change the titles. Oh, it turned up, and I wanted to change. Is it on YouTube right now? Yeah, that's what I mean. Howdy, howdy, y'all. I'm still just getting started. Ah, it still says Stardew Valley. Damn it. It's gonna be a while before the interview, so I do have some other stuff I'd like to talk about. I was I might still talk about that supporting your Oshi segment in the future. Or at least maybe later in the stream. We'll see how much time I have. Well, sleep is important. Close that. I can close that. Oh no, I can't. I can't. I forgot I'm doing a bad. Edit panels. Where's my overlays? There it is. No, he's trying to get into the closet to open. Cat being a cat. Cats being cats. I'm sure you guys can hear the fan going while I'm chatting. I don't even use those anymore. That one. I don't even use that anymore. God, I should really. I'm going to take the time to actually update that later. Or finish updating that later. God. Hey. Oh, cats are playing. I can hear. I think it's time I actually get started with the actual stream. I was planning to start it for 11 my time, but I decided to start a little earlier. That's not really usual for me. I wish I remembered you did this on Saturday and not Sunday. My sleep schedule is currently obliterated, so I'm passing in and out. Oh, I will get some sleep. I do also stream on Sundays sometimes. Uh, Honestly, I will probably be streaming tomorrow as well. But, and the important stuff that I'm talking about will be videos, so you will be able to catch my thoughts in the future. So, hopefully you can keep awake long enough for the first segment I'm going to be talking about. It's actually not in the title, it's along the lines of more, but, well, I want to talk about it. I'm always having trouble trying to think of how to phrase myself when starting a video. I'm gonna shut off my air conditioner so that it's not really in the background when I'm talking. Okay. Notable horse enthusiast and leftist Bosch. Oh wait, shit. I didn't actually set that up yet. I'll catch a bot. I'm just curious if you're doing the video games thing today or tomorrow at all. If I don't get time to it today, I'll be doing it tomorrow. I'm gonna be talking about Bosch first because he talked about VTubers. And I only know because, well, my spouse was listening to his live stream, and then I heard him mention VTubers. But I haven't heard the entire thoughts. I just know where he actually talked about them in the videos. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. I haven't actually started recording yet. Wait, what was I going? Right. That was something I forgot to set up. Yeah. We're talking about horses and Nazis. So, though to be fair, I don't actually know if Pippa is a Nazi or just edgy. God damn it. I'm not high enough. I keep forgetting what I'm about to do. Horse Nazis? Yeah, like the worst kind. They disrespect the horses. Studio mode. Window capture. Fuck is that? Delete it. Oh god damn it! I'm an idiot. That's what I needed. New one. That's what I like to do to my bottoms. Might have. Edge down right there. Perfect. Yeah, I mean, she says, you know what, I'll talk to Bosch will probably mention it, so I'll just talk about it then, which is always the worst outcome in those situations. Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you know the saying, but there's 9 people at the table and an outright open Nazi sits down. Nobody gets up. 10 Nazis at that table. That's just how it is. With, an ideology of hate. Ideology of hate and supremacy. Good times. I guess I'm ready to get right into it. So, I was living my life as one does, and I heard a certain YouTuber talking about VTubers. And typically, I do like this guy's opinions. I find him very funny. Let's see what he has to say. She knows the memes. Good times. I'm not actually 100% sure on the extent of their discourse between Bosch and Pippa, but I don't know, it's being mentioned here, and I actually didn't hear this part about what Bosch was talking about. I tuned in when he said the line, "Who was that shark bitch?" Play.
Horsefucker called me a Nazi. She knows the memes. 134K views. Holy shit. Oh my god.
Are you going to talk about
People love
VTubers
fucking
here?
horses.
Oh no, I have to find a different segment. How long ago was this stream?
They can't be aren't the hands one
It
fucked
was
up?
his it was his drunken okay buddy Bosch stuff. Okay, yeah, he does keep going into Pippa.
Do you prefer Isaac or Gungeon? Isaac.
Oh, basically, to give some context, his okay buddy Bosch segments are him going through his Reddit and going over the memes posted from like since last time he did it to more recent times. So he catches up on discourse over it and kind of talks about it. I think this was like a week ago. So it was honestly pretty recent.
Danil. Oh my god, I hear Danil screaming. He's whiling.
For those that don't know, rest in peace to our friend Daniel.
He's whang.
You
My
gonna?
creepy experience with Vosh exposed. Oh wait, we saw this one. It's this stupid fucking meme.
He's got a lot of those memes in his community.
He grew about this, but not himself. Fucked up ass hairline. It's Jover. What a cute bunny girl. I sure hope she isn't anti-Semitic. Wait, is this the person who was doing the Nazi shit? Wasn't the person who
Yes,
was doing the Nazi shit like
you
more of
remember.
a fucking lolicon than
Yeah,
this?
you
Or am I
remember.
mixing people up? It's the Nazi VTuber? I can't remember. They all look the same to me. Ironically, like, this is the problem with over designing your stupid anime avatar character.
Here we go. This is kind of the segment that I was interested in listening to from him because he goes into more detail than what I've heard. He's talking about the designs of VTubers, and let's see what he has to say.
Characters or whatever. Um, the consequence of this is that they all end up looking the same. Yeah, it's noise. This is one of the reasons why that one shark chick VTuber
Shark Chick
is so iconic because
sure.
the visual elements of their design are actually really simple, right? Like they're literally just a white-haired, well, they're a lolicon, no sense fucking dancing around that. but they're a white-haired fucking lolicon in like a hoodie.
I wouldn't directly call her a lolicon. She is a petite. Like it's explicitly said she's an adult, but she does have youthful characteristics. And like, let's be real, her face has been revealed. I don't know if it was with her consent. I can't remember. I believe it was on her personal account and people had found it. But I'm pretty sure she is a petite IRL. Why would I be mad at somebody that's being happy or endorsing their body type? The problem is that it ties in with the perpetuation of youthful characteristics publicly, which is ends up being a guise for actual harmful people to network.
That has a shark mouth on it, and that's it. Super iconic and memorable. But this is mostly noise. Um, I don't think anyone would remember any of the like individual design elements here. So it all blurs together. I can't remember who's who.
That is a very valid point. Like with Pippa specifically, where is your eye drawn? Every single spot of her. There's no real way to stand out. She's a pink haired bunny girl. How many of them are there? A lot. And if she had more of a, or less of all these different little accents, it would be honestly more eye catching.
Around the same structure for all of them, too boring for me. Yeah, as I've grown older, I've definitely gotten more tired of like the default anime girl look. Um, there's definitely aesthetic value in the super cutesy uh priorities of anime design, right? Like everyone thinks K-On looks cute. K-On has a distinct style.
I will mention that Pikumi got canceled over talking about this. She has a youth, or she had a youthful looking design, and people jumped on her, calling her a lolicon because of that. And they used screenshots of her commenting on age of is like 9 to 10 is the best. It's like she's compensating for lack of uniqueness with noise. Yeah, that's kind of the vibe I got from Peppa's design. But, no, shit, I got distracted. God damn it, what was I just saying? Literally, who was I just talking about? Fucking lawnmower going off and I can't. Oh, Pikumi's design. Thank you. Yeah, Pikumi's youthful design. And screenshots, or she had made tweets about like 9 or 10 or 11 or some younger age being the most ideal. And the context of that was which demographic of design is most appealing to broader VTuber fans, which there's no denying that youthful designs appeal to broader fans in the VTuber universe or in the VTuber community. She's mostly talking, or she's mostly unique voice and talking bits, the stuff she talks about and how she talks about things. Yeah, I heard her talk about parasocial relationships, and I actually really agreed with her. I liked her opinion on that one because there are people that um what's it that actually take advantage of their fans, and I was very glad to see Pippa pushing back against that. I'm glad we can agree on parasocial relationships being able to get too toxic. Nichijo's better slice of life. I will fight you on this. I never watched Nichijo. K-On! For life.
Style, but it's not that different from most anime. Um, but I do think it bleeds together past a point.
It really does. There are poop in his suit. There are a lot of designs that just they send so many or they add so many little details that just keep making your eye go every single spot of a character's VTuber. Howdy. Look at I will use myself as an example. Where is your eye attracted? My kissy mark, my succubus mark, and then where else? I guess my jiggle physics help, but like, whoop de doo there. Big booba gets attention too, not just youthful design. My hand? Oh, yeah, that's because, 3D. I got hand tracking. Horns. I like my gloves too. I'm a sucker for fingerless gloves.
Anime VTubers that look like JoJo characters? Yeah, that's a good question.
That's true.
Why aren't there VTubers who have more of a like JoJo-esque or standoffish? There probably are. I just don't know about them because the kinds of people who like VTubers are pedophiles. So they're going to go
He's hyperbolic. Shut the fuck up, Bosch.
after like lolicons, right? But Jolene looks great.
Jolene does look great.
The funny thing is that
That actually kind of reminds me of Buff Pup, but with more of a yellow green, not pup design. Horns, kiss mark, and tits in that order. Oh, thank you.
the JoJo art aesthetic is very like dissonant. It's very jarring. It's very like
Noted.
I don't know, bold and emphatic. And I think it would actually look really good in a VTuber rig, don't you think? Don't you think that like the general design aesthetic of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure would actually look really good in a VTube rig?
Oh, yeah. Jolene, this design would look amazing in a live 2D rig. And honestly, I've seen similar designs, but not quite like this. JoJo does have honestly really great designs that stand out to people. I haven't even really watched JoJo, but I know what Joestar looks like or Joseph Joestar looks like. I know what Dio looks like. Now I know what Jolene looks like. And they're memorable, they're detailed, but they're not drawing your eye to so many things that you kind of lose you lose details or you lose attention to those details. Like with the responses about my design, just a handful of things got um mentioned rather than going into like every single little why is there all this, why is there all never mind.
There's not much digital post processing or anything. Everything looks like it can be broken down into 2D elements and like work together fairly well. I feel like it would look pretty good if you knew how to do it.
I mean, yeah, that's how live 2D freaking is. To be fair, Rocky has literal decades of experience designing characters. Yeah, that it shows with the designs.
It seems like it'd be prone to uncanny valley. Well, it's an anime VTuber.
Yeah, you get more of the uncanny valley with 3D VTubers like me.
She's literally 14. I'm not talking about her attractiveness.
What does her age matter? This isn't a sexualization of the character, it's talking about character design.
I don't actually remember how Cujo looks. Like this? Okay, like
Okay. It's hard to do JoJo in 3D. I accept
this but better. Do better. Also, don't make it 3D. Make it that 2D element.
I want to, but I can't afford it, so I'm going with 3D, the thing I was able to do for free. Oh,
Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I don't think it's that bad. Actually, no, I think what I'm looking at right now that I have an issue with is just the fact that it's 3D.
oh,
I don't think you
fuck.
can do 3D JoJo that well.
Oh, yeah, no, it's hard. It's really hard to do 3D JoJo.
Or do they?
But I mean,
I
with that model specifically, it's less on the cell shade style, which is what my VTuber is. Theirs is a lot more, or a lot closer to the realistic. The most recent JoJo's fighting game did a great job with it. Ooh, I'd love to hear, or I'd love to see it. Howdy, Leroy.
actually I'm liking it more the more I look at it. JoJo 3D.
I hope he looks into it and shows.
Okay, this doesn't show anything. Look up the JoJo fighting games. Okay, JoJo Jolene fighting game.
Does that actually pull stuff up? Oh. This is exactly what I mean. This is cell shaded design rather than going with the standard 3D modeling texturing that is pretty common, which is what Vroid tends to do. You actually have to go out of your way to mimic cell shading with Vroids. But with my model, I exported it from Koikatsu and then my friend applied a VRM. What's it? Basically, my friend turned it into a VRM that it's cell shading, and that helps 3D look way closer to anime rather than how Vroids look. And I'm not shitting on Vroids. I like that it's a free option to get into the world of VTubing. That's how I actually stepped into it. I did start as a PNG tuber, but I didn't actually but then I made a Vroid, which is where I really landed for. I used one for oh damn, like near a year. And then I got my hands on Koikatsu, made this model and art, and then well, here I am now with my Vroid. Or not with my not Vroid 3D VTuber. It's just the thing is, given that Vroid is a free program, it is used by a very wide amount of smaller VTubers. So you see the prevalence of that style of art because it's hard to really do cell shading well in Vroid Studio. Trust me, I've done it.
Okay, that actually looks really good.
Right?
Okay, well. The first 3D parts of 3D in the openings, remember? Yeah, but I was specifically looking at Jolene because every VTuber has to be like a fucking anime girl. And there are no girls in parts 1, 2, or 3. Tries to tell you what a real woman is. Tries to tell you what real art is. On the far right of the spectrum, the OPs for part 6 were in 3D. Really? I don't
Okay, it
remember
looks
that.
like he's done.
On the far right of the spectrum.
Yeah, he's just on to his thing. So that more or less sums up that. What can I say? Watch, don't miss. Wow. Oh, good times. So, should I talk about Silvervale and Vay? Should I talk about Loli? I I'm not sure. Yeah, that JoJo game, that looks really good. What I was Oh, I should probably add something else to the segment actually. Storm for all. Okay, I'm not going to go through. I'm not going to go through every single one, but this does kind of prove my point where, or not my point. I want to make the point that while 2D VTubers are definitely amazing looking with their live 2D, if you have a real good artist, I would argue that if we can get the technology better with the tracking as we are, we could honestly see stuff like or closer to this game's animations for VTubers and their tracking.
Get ready!
Oh, red on 10.
Weapon control! Gigantic
Totally shows off what I was talking about.
Lightning blade!
Like, how close or how far off from the actual anime does this game look? It's so good. It's like you're watching an anime, but you're playing a game.
Lightning blade!
Playing as these. Oh, I fucking love hand tracking. I would.
Mangekyo Sharingan!
God, I miss this game.
Summoning Ghetto Statue!
Seriously. People shit on 3D VTubers. But we just need to get our hands on this technology or apply this way broader to 3D VTubers. At least that's what I want to do. There are different technologies that are being developed. There's like, I think, a full body tracking system that is going to be like, I would say, I think if I remember correctly, it was like $500 American. Ah, there it is. Mocappy. That's what made me watch Snuffy back when she was doing her fake voice before everyone realized that most people's natural voices are super cool and we do not care. Yeah, there's been a lot less. Um, there's been a lot less VTubers that are actually specifically going with voice mods and voice changers. I mean, I get why they do it. So being self-conscious of your voice is normal. Get that. But the motion tracking system. I okay. Hate hate the metaverse. Like fire, flames. Hate the metaverse. I want one of these. Howdy, Joestar. They're stepping in Sony steps into the metaverse with no copy motion tracking. 358? Nice. Basically, it's going to be full body tracking where you... Can we show off a little? You get little attachments that you put on your stuff. This for full body tracking. Recently found several of your VODs. Thank you. I'm doing pretty well. This. I want this. Hit the metaverse. I want this. Apply it to like VC face tracking. I don't know if that's copyright or not. You know, I'm not going to risk it. You've got so few of those things. You just attach a few bands. There we go. Some demonstration of it. Like, you just apply a face cam tracker. Like, oh God. Flames, Apple, I want an iPhone. Because the iPhone's face tracking program is so goddamn good. Oh, and it's got a microphone? I'm buying this. I want to do full body streams. Amazing. Yeah, if I can get my hands on this, I probably wouldn't go... I probably wouldn't get a live 2D. Or, well, I might get a live 2D, but my primary one would be my 3D. I love 3D. But if I didn't feel like moving around too much, I would just... I would use live 2D. Okay, you're dancing with it. Show the track. Thank you. Shit. But yeah. Oh my God. When does this come out? When? We'll provide the development kit. Where? Like, in the end of their promotional thing, they didn't even say it will go on sale in late January 23. But isn't no word yet on North American availability. Baka Gaijin, no tracking. Snuffy also had incredible face tracking. Did she use 3D? Still don't know if Mother versus Brother is her. Mother versus Brother? What? Sages. I need to get some Japanese friends. We'll just have to wait a few years. Yeah, probably. No, Mother V3? I don't know who Mother V3 is. Unless you're talking about Earthbound? Oh no. Virtual YouTuber. She's got a wiki page on the Virtual YouTuber wiki. Wait, why are you sorry? Okay, she uses voice changer? Cool. Nothing wrong with that. Oh, she calls her fan children, and they refer to her as mother. Okay, plays into the parasocial. They did some stuff with Vettel and Neurosama. Is it more common to use a voice changer or not? It's honestly hard for me to say broadly. I will say that it seems like there's at least a fair portion of larger ones that use a voice changer for excuse me, that use a voice changer, but honestly, not everybody. Most of the people that I interact with don't use a voice changer to my knowledge. Aside from one friend that was isn't she AI? I have one friend that does use a voice changer, but that's really to throw on like robotic sounding voice when she's trying out a new OC for VTubing. Personality. I'm not. I don't know. AI persona? I don't know, honestly. I mean, oh, in the VTuber lore? Where is. There's a wiki page. Where the hell is the lore? Personality, history, mascot and fans, quotes, trivia. Yes, in her lore, she is a bot. Oh, she did a voice reveal? Cool. Vocoding is Spectrum, I guess? Yes, it really is. Wait, did a voice reveal but claimed it was her brother? Huh. That is trippy. Oh, right. Has my bot been posting? Yes, Stream Elements. Perfect. Now everyone is super confused. Oh, wait, my brother voice acted differently when the robot voice version came back. Oh, interesting. They don't know if it's one person or two. Yeah, that's kind of something that I don't think will actually get cleared up. Hey, what the hell is Final Fantasy 15 War of Eos? If anybody is aware of that one. Chatbot, timers. Neurosama is an actual AI. Yeah. Literal chatbot coded to play games and interact with stream. Yep. They're automating VTubers. Though Neurosama Neurosama is considered the grandmother of VTubing, considering she did, or they did coin the term virtual YouTuber. Okay, you know what? I think it's time. Twitch plays VTuber when? What? Wait, really? What? Yeah, Neurosama was the one that said, what was the first person to actually use the term virtual YouTuber. And then since then, I got a video on my channel. Depressed Nasagi actually covered it. I don't know exactly when, but it is in my what's it? Stream segments. How did VTubers originate? Okay, let's go over my own content. Because going over my own content, going over Presnasagi's content. This is peak content. Honestly, that's a banger video. Am I mixing up the two? Yeah, that actually sounds more familiar. I'm trying to find the timestamp in my video. Because I definitely don't know where it is on the gorilla section. Yeah, I believe Kazumi. Yeah, Kazumi is the one that coined the term, not Neurosama. I was mistaken there. Oh yeah, I should probably take the time to really hammer down what I want to use as the actual definition of VTuber. Yeah, I can't remember exactly where, but I am pretty sure I did fuck up there. Anyways, big stretchy. Guess I need to do that on occasion, and I don't have redeems. So, who wants to keep hearing about Hogwarts Legacy? Because it's going to keep coming back. Just because it's been. Silvervale has been tied to it quite directly. And with her leaving the shoujo along with Vei, people are bringing it back up. So, I also heard that there was. That. Oh, there's a Harry Potter game now? Yes, Hogwarts Legacy. Fuck again, what now? Pretty much. Silvervale and Vei, Vaidia, I don't know how it's pronounced. This is literally the first time I'm actually hearing of them. Because I am honestly still fairly new to the, corpo VTuber scene. I've spent way more time in the indie scene with the small creators. But Silvervale and Vei have decided to not renew their contracts with V Shoujo and are going indie. And a lot of people are getting mad over it. Another V Shoujo member was even getting dogpiled pretty quick over quote tweets, given that she had previously said that she was going to stay away from that game, which was the only thing I saw of her saying or mentioning Hogwarts Legacy. And then aside from that, she did a charity stream that supported trans rights. Apparently, that charity did some nasty shit, but I haven't actually looked into it. But I mean, you can't blame a person for making a mistake of not looking super duper into the charity and not getting into that. But we're here to talk about Silvervale and Vay. There has been quite a bit of discourse over this since the article or since the news dropped, and even Ironmouse has weighed in on it. I've been trying to find Silvervale's literal statements, but I didn't watch her stream, and the video or the clip that was uploaded to or the clip uploaded to Twitch titled Silvervale shares her thoughts on why she left was deleted when I looked for it. So I have to turn to others to find out who said what. Who am I going to turn to today? Noted cutie, false ID. Love this look. The purple really stands out.
They have decided not to renew with the company. That is the VTubers Silvervale and Vay, formerly of the self-described talent-first company of VShojo. Today, VShojo tweeted an unexpected announcement saying Silvervale and Vay have chosen not to renew their contracts with VShojo. We respect their decision and want to thank them for helping make VShojo what it is today. They will also retain their IP so they can continue as the creators you love. This being a stark difference from FaZe Connect, who in a previous episode we reported their announcement that they would be taking the channels of Fura Yuri offline after her termination. Although it is also key to point out that Silver and Vay made the decision to leave VShojo as opposed to Yuri, who was terminated.
That is a solid difference, but either way, even if VShojo were to be the ones that terminated the contracts with Silvervale and Vay, as far as I'm aware, Silvervale was already established as Silvervale before joining VShojo, or already was Silvervale before joining VShojo, so that it was always their IP. VShojo was just supposed to be promoting them. As far as I'm aware, that's why you go with an agency if you've already more or less established yourself. I'm willing to bet that FaZe Connect would just find talents to play VTubers that aren't specific to that talent, or rather, they're not designed to fit that talent. They're just looking for a talent to fit the character they can sell. VShojo, I get the vibe, is a lot more of we are promoting VTubers that we like their stuff. As far as I'm aware, Ironmouse recently joined VShojo, right? I don't remember. Again, I'm still new to the indie scene.
Rizky, who had some
I'm still new to the corpo scene. I've been in the small streamer indie scene for a while.
to say on this matter in particular, tweeted, "This should be industry standard for agencies that recruit indies or when agencies exit the market for whatever reason, and not their talents." And Louis Lumi tweeted, "Props to VShojo for letting them keep their IP. So many VTuber graduations recently, and a day after they leave, their company sends them and all their content into the void." Meanwhile, Mizuhana said, "People seem to be patting VShojo on the back for letting Silver and Vay keep their asset, but VShojo never had any claim to them. Hololive keeps the assets because they commissioned and paid for everything. VShojo hires established talent that has their own." And Akane tweeted,
That previous one is a good point. Like, for, let's say, Gura was to not renew her contract with Hololive. The character of Gura is owned by Hololive, and a person plays that character. So it makes sense that Hololive would take all that stuff down. Iron Mouse was one of the originals? Oh, I did not know that. Thank you for that. But yeah, VShojo does hire on established talent. And the main thing that I push back with this tweet is the patting V Shoujo on the back for quote unquote letting. It's the reason we're patting V Shoujo on the back for handling it this way is because we want to see more of it. It's not bad to pat somebody on the back for doing a good thing when you don't like them. I might not like corporations in general, but I will applaud a corporation for doing a good thing. That's what V Shoujo is doing here.
That has their own. And Akane tweeted, both Silver and Vei had their names and model prior to V-Shoujo's creation. The only thing V-Shoujo brought them was a brand to sell their merch and other royalties as a business in content creation. For V-Shoujo to withhold any of that would be asinine. The news of Silver and Vei's departure from V-Shoujo came as a shock to many, including themselves, as Silvervale was streaming whilst the announcement went live and wasn't even told it was going to happen when it did. Her viewers then asked if her and Vei had planned to leave together.
Did you ever make the decision together? No, we made it independently. I mean, the contracts came out and...
What stream was this from? But I will be fair, she is super cute.
we both independently agreed that we no longer wanted to be a part of Bishoujo. It was just announced at the same time. At midnight. Wonder why that is. Pretty late. Good thing I'm streaming it.
During her send-off stream, she went on to explain a few things behind her decision, saying there were some persistent factors involved, a lack of support, and general unhappiness.
It was influenced by a lot of different factors, some of which were more recent, while some have persisted since the very beginning. And there were a lot of good times, but there were also a lot of really shitty times. I feel like I wasn't supported in ways that you would otherwise expect when you're being represented. And there are still outstanding circumstances, cha-ching, that we are in the process of resolving. Ultimately,
I imagine she can't really go into detail of what support she was expecting that she didn't receive from V-Shoujo, but this is why I just wish they were more transparent with what they do. The Vtuber company owns the design of the character. That I suppose that means they could hire someone else on to do the same position. Maybe that could be like comic culture in that way, or perhaps the medium is simply too different for that. Honestly, like, if the person playing Gura were to decide she doesn't want to be Gura anymore, and Hololive got a new talent to play Gura, they could use a voice changer to make her sound the same. So, like, yeah, you could. It would be essentially like replacing a voice actor. At least that's how I would see it.
what I want people to take away from this whole situation and this little mini talk is that I decided not to stay because I personally was very, very unhappy. There were times where I was very happy and I really enjoyed being there and I enjoyed a lot of the staff. They were very pleasant to work with, but I was very unhappy, and staying with Bishoujo was not the best option for me or my business financially or emotionally or mentally going forward. So I decided to leave.
Silver then went on to answer some of the fans' questions, such as whether she was joining
I can definitely respect that she felt that she couldn't, or she felt that that wasn't the right decision for her financially. Fuck, what about Zentreya? We're not talking about Zentreya. And I definitely respect the idea that she can just leave if she doesn't like doing the job. It's reasonable.
OTK, to which she replied with, just because you leave something doesn't mean you are joining something else. Other viewers were quick to ask her about her lore, which was recently released on March the 31st and written by Lucius Merriweather. In response to this,
Let's quickly go over that previous point, because that was really quick. Iron Mouse recently joined United Talent Agency. Oh. Oh, okay. I don't know what the UTA is.
something else. Other viewers were quick
Oh, right. There were people that jumped onto the, or that assumed since she's leaving V Shoujo, maybe she's going to a different agency, but I would bet that if you're leaving one company, you're more than likely wanting to be indie for at least a while.
As you leave something doesn't mean you are joining something else. Other
Yeah.
viewers were quick to ask her about her lore, which was recently released on March the 31st, and
Lore released on March 31st.
written by Lucius Merriweather. In response
Who is Lucius Merriweather? Well, honestly, given this, I would assume that even that wouldn't be taken down by V Shoujo because it was, done for Silvervale as she was still part, and she didn't quit on V Shoujo. She just didn't renew her contract. That means Zen can be replaced very easily. They would have to make. They would have to be like really able to be the same. And, yeah, Zendrea would. It would be a lot harder to actually point out if Zendrea got replaced, but let's not think about that. Wait. Zendrea is indie, isn't she? We don't need to worry about it, Zendrea.
to this, Silver laughed and said, "Lore is stupid. It's fun, it's silly, but it literally doesn't matter at all to my streaming career." Later during the stream, Silver opened up on her relationship between other V-Shoujo members, as one viewer asked whether her and Iron Mouse were still friends.
Are you a mouse?
Wait, is Zendrea part of V Shoujo? She is V Shoujo? Oh my god. I hate this. I took off Yahoo and like all my goddamn browsing. Oh yeah, she is.
Still friends? I see this question a lot in the chat.
Okay, so honestly, that is harder to say. Cause like my innate bias tells me don't trust corporations because they'll do as shady shit as possible that they can get away with. And on the other hand, give them the benefit of the doubt until malice can be proven, honestly.
Chat, and I don't want to.
And that line, give them benefit of the doubt until malice can be proven, is why I don't think Silvervale here is a transphobe. Seriously. I really hate that people just jumped on her for that. Oh, they jumped to conclusions because they essentialized the fucking Wizard game.
Like, I don't know, man. What is a friend? Is it someone that doesn't talk to you for 7 months? I don't know. Next question.
I will say this. My longest standing friendship is damn near 20 years long. And we go 7, 8, 9 months, maybe, without talking. But then, on occasion, one day, one of us will just hit up the other. Hey, you want to hang out? Yeah. Then we go hang out. Or I go, more often than not, I go visit them at their place and then just hang out. And our conversations pick up like we've never been apart. Because we've been great friends. I don't know how close Silvervale and Ironmouse were before V Shoujo. Maybe having to work together with their friend caused a bit of a drift between them. I would hope that's not the case.
Question.
This continued further as she was asked if she was friends with all of VShojo.
I feel like you guys love me for who I am, not the group that I am a part of. Are they still my friends? I think anyone that
Love her for who she is and not the group she's a part of. Yeah, that's actually very true. Fans of the Corpo VTubers will prefer to watch Silvervale. Like, Silvervale's fans would watch Silvervale. But when they didn't have Silvervale content to consume, who would they go to? Other VShojo members, because they're the same group.
was a genuine friend of mine in the first place is still going to be my friend. I think a friend is someone that talks to you more than when it is convenient from a business standpoint, and talks to you more than once every 6 months. But I think anyone that was my friend in the first place and is a genuine friend to me will always be a genuine friend to me. I don't think it matters what group you're in.
Naturally, this set up the VTuber Twitterverse, with Mizuhana tweeting, Silver dipped from VShojo and is throwing shade on the down low. It's actually really funny to watch her
That's a mischaracterization, I would say, of her statements. Let's re-listen.
Naturally, this set up the
Fuck.
VTuber Twitterverse.
Then once every 6 months. It is convenient from a business standpoint, and talks to you more than once every 6 months. But I think anyone that was my friend in the first place and is a genuine friend to me will always be a genuine friend to me. I don't think it matters what group you're in.
Naturally, this set up the VTuber.
I mean, yeah, I still think that's I think that's jumping to conclusions rather than a mischaracterization of what Silvervale said. I think perhaps, honestly, Iron Mouse and Silvervale could have been friends before that. They could have talked more often, but then having to constantly worry or fuck. I don't actually know how it works with corpos. People look into drama where there isn't any, in her words. Yeah, a lot of fucking people are just looking for ways to attack her because of what happened from Hogwarts Legacy. This is why I kind of expected this kind of shit to be the outcome of the boycott that was attempted for Hogwarts Legacy. I fucking hate Harry Potter. The boycott was a waste of fucking time that did more harm than good. And frankly, how are people who are fans of Silvervale post Hogwarts Legacy discourse really want? Why would they listen to our side if the people from our side are just saying that they're just essentializing what she says, they're just jumping to conclusions, they're just labeling her rather than actually listening to what she has to say? Seriously, fucking peepees piss me off.
But Twitterverse, with Mizuhana tweeting, Silver dipped from VShojo and is throwing shade on the down low. It's actually really funny to watch her talk around calling people out, saying, I will really miss everyone who talk to me regularly outside of work hours without a payment incentive. And other users directly asking VShojo talent like Zentreya, when was the last time you hung out with them? With Zen confirming DMs, collabs, and problems with time zones, but ultimately asking people to be respectful. One Twitter
Wait. Damn it, what was my backup button?
VShojo talent like Zentreya, when was the last time you hung out with them? With Zen
Talking DMs here and there, checking in on each other, as well as the occasional collabs with VShojo. We have different times we are on. I'm not obliged to answer you or anyone else with personal info. Be respectful. Fucking based perfect response right there. And that indicates that Zentrea didn't really talk super duper often with Silvervale, but they did check in on each other on occasion. Like, seriously. People just jump to fucking conclusions. See how stupid boycotts of this nature are? The right's response to Bud Light and the trans person being used to advertise them? Yeah, like, what pisses me off the most about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott is the people that push the boycott are also people that love to laugh when the right wing pushes for boycotts. And there was a lot of people that were like, Hogwarts Legacy boycott worked. Look at this article that says J.K. Rowling's profit dropped by 70%. I looked at the article. That article talked about 2022. That didn't reference Hogwarts Legacy at all, which was a fraction of her money anyways. That would have no impact on the broader amount of her income. The article was about losing out on production values from like stage shows because business is locked down for a couple of years there. So she lost a fuck ton of money. And then PPs jumped on. This is proof that the boycott worked. Don't ever let people tell you that boycotts are useless. Oh my god, that's just going to make more people do boycotts trying to tie trans acceptance to, or tie minority acceptance to boycotts that are doomed to fail because you're not going to cancel companies or projects or franchises like Harry Potter or Star Wars or fucking HoloLive or VShojo. Yes, it is unfortunate we've had some bigger streamers playing Hogwarts Legacy for trans issues and raising money for charities, also raising awareness for the TERF movement. Please call them farts instead, and educating average peaceable people about incoherence of the movement. Yeah, we could have had Hassan fucking streaming Hogwarts Legacy day it released to thousands of people making pro-trans arguments. But no, his audience said, if you play that game, we will feel uncomfortable. And he was like, okay, but I think you guys are stupid. And they were uncomfortable anyways. Oh, it is getting hard to keep up with the paragraphs. I personally don't care if people buy Hogwarts Legacy. It does not matter to me. It wasn't even a big ad. Yeah, it was like a tiny little thing. You got that, Pan Fried. It's exactly what happened. It wasn't even. It was like Bud Light gave Dylan a sponsorship or some money to make an Instagram post. And then the right wing just blew the fuck up. Honestly, it would have done so. It could have done so much good if we had Hassan streaming it. Because there's so many people that don't. Scrolling up in chat exists. Yeah, I know, but apparently my app doesn't like me doing that. Oh, I have a better idea. I will extend my chat all the way down so it's a little easier for me.
Confirming DMs, collabs, and problems with time zones, but ultimately asking people to be respectful. One Twitter user commented, Silver talked about how she had zero communication with anyone besides Vay. As Zen replied with, stop spreading misinformation and acting like you.
How about instead of going crazy with speculations and assuming stuff, you stop spreading information and acting like how everyone within the group, like how you know everyone in the group personally. I've been talking with her and others trying to make sure everyone is okay. I'm in no way obligated to answer you with private info. Going off the clips. Not really wanting to. Yeah, like so many people are jumping to conclusions assuming they know everything when we. Holy fuck, we know so little about the background of corpo shit. And people just assume things because they're parasocially tied to their favorite Oshi. Oh, open on another tab, muted, of course. Oh, yeah, I should actually do that. What time is it? Good. Come on. One problem with having it open in a tab is I gotta use Restream because I have two chats. Ah, fuck. Oh, okay, so I do have. Now the thing is, it's just awkward that it doesn't let me pull out the chat specifically with this. Oh, okay, there we go. Perfect. Oh yeah, something for fix for next time I really think about it.
You know everyone personally. All of the comments led to Zentrea tweeting some additional information, saying speculation and gossip doesn't help the situation. Me, Vey, and Silver have communicated and have been, and while not every day, we try to, occasionally checking in with each other. Zen further added, it's been a mess and it's hard on all of us. Collabs are harder for us as we all live on different time zones and schedules. I have never had issues with them and still call them friends. It's incredible how Twitter is quick to spread fire instead of just listening. Zen clarified that it's hard to fit in collabs later into the evenings due to community events and a backlog of work being done into the late nights. Continuing on with Silvervale's stream, she
Yeah. Wow, Centreo was really pissed about people getting so nosy. I get that people are curious, but stop jumping to conclusions. Holy fuck. Don't. If you in any way like nuance, don't go on Twitter.
nights. Continuing on with Silvervale's stream, she described what it was like being part of a company, specifically referring to visibility.
Yeah, it doesn't do anything except increase visibility, and sometimes it doesn't increase your visibility at all. And then it's like, well, shit. This goes to other VTubers or streamers out there.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Sometimes with a corporation, if pretty much your now don't make the assumption that I'm talking about VShojo here or this specific thing. I'm talking more broadly. But there can be cases where let's say the more interesting people of the group are the ones that are really gaining the most traction, and then that traction is kind of getting a little siphoned off from longer term fans that are looking into someone new, and then maybe they forget about the previous one. We don't always know, but it happens. I don't think that's specifically the case with this one. Again, it's a gray area. We don't know.
There, like, you don't need to be part of a group to feel important or special. Sometimes you won't. Sometimes you just need to focus on yourself and put all that effort into yourself and your content and your community and your stream and be happy by yourself, you know?
Yeah, that's actually really true. And I'm going to continue my thoughts when I come back because I got to BRB for real quick. Okay. Fucking side effects of spirulactin. Now, on to continue on with looking or focusing on your community and making that as good as possible, it would be nice, or it would be something that I would personally do if I found people were using my name to spread hate and anti-minority sentiments. I would definitely make sure to take the stance that those types of people and those mindsets, essentially slandering her name, would not be welcome in her community. Because someone that brands herself as a cozy streamer, I would imagine that none of that sentiment would ever be allowed on her Discord. People are just jumping to the transphobia accusations because she likes Harry Potter. And people just run with that dumb fuck narrative that just because J.K. Rowling said that supporting Harry Potter means supporting her and her views. Oh, she's got. Rowling has dumb fuck takes. I don't want to get into it.
And surround yourself with genuine people that care about you and love you and believe in you and want to be a part of that journey just for you, you know? So
Yeah, surround yourself with people that genuinely like you and want to support you. That's kind of how you. That's kind of what's the what you want when really developing a community.
this goes to every streamer out there, every Vtuber. Don't feel like you have to be a part of a group to matter, because you don't. You matter just as yourself.
In regards to the future of Silvervale, she has said, content-wise, everything will be exactly the same. She just won't have the word VShojo next to her name anymore, and that she's going indie. As
Did you know that since you touched the Harry Potter book, you now believe that only people who exist who are normal or weird baby making things that give you sex and make you dinner? Twitter looking at YouTubers probably. Yeah. Twitter fucking sucks. Nobody should be on it.
Vay tweeted this image saying indie reaction
Bitches. It's pronounced bitches.
to the news have been a mixed bag. Zentreya tweeting, best wishes to Silver and Vay. They have been absolutely sweet to me and have always been helpful. I had wonderful times with them in VShojo, and I'm excited to see what the future holds for them. Love to both of you. Vay would then reply with, love you Zen. Other well wishes came from a variety of VTubers such as Momote of Yugen tweeting good luck to both of the cuties. Crystalli wishing them both the best, and Sens sending all the love. Iron Mouse had a few things to say about the situation on her stream.
Let's just address the elephant in the room. An announcement just has been dropped. Did not expect it to happen today, but I just want to say, I've been sad about it. I've been really stressed about it. But at the end of the day, people make choices and they make decisions that are best for them. And I wish them nothing but best. You know, I wish them nothing but success and but the best.
While Fruit also tweeted, I'm devastated about Vay and Silver leaving VShojo, but I will be happy for them wherever they choose to go. New opportunities will open up for them and I will support them all the way. This tweet was met with some criticism from Twitter users, as some referred to an incident 2 months ago where Silvervale had played Hogwarts Legacy on stream.
See? Hogwarts Legacy is going to keep coming back because the PPs are so fucking mad about it.
Only to have been met with backlash. Fruit went on to donate to a charity supporting gender diverse children, and Silver later went on to address the Hogwarts backlash on stream, where some viewers were saying she was transphobic for playing the game, resulting in her breaking down into tears. It was during this stream where Fruit had typed in the chat, I love my friends, everyone makes mistakes, it's only human.
I mean, this is
which was then taken by some users as throwing her under the bus, with one user saying,
You know what? Keep going, Paul.
"You wasted no time throwing her to the wolves when Wizard Game dropped, and she had been harassed." And another user saying, "I was very
That wasn't throwing Silvervale under the bus. That was honestly a poorly phrased way of saying I still care about my friend despite disagreements over a video game.
vocal about the Hogwarts Legacy situation, especially in terms of hashtag I stand with Silvervale. But I feel it should be mentioned that Fruit took the opposite side and spoke out against JK Rowling. But considering what happened and how badly Silver was harassed, Fruit did nothing to speak out against it and seemingly added more fuel to the fire.
I still want to know what was actually said to Silvervale and by who. But of course, the fucking Hogwarts Legacy discourse has become complete taboo in the fucking VTuber community. So you can't really get nuance in it anymore. Nobody has like any of the actual things said to her. Maybe there are still some tweets around, and yeah, I can point to those and say, hey, don't fucking say that shit. That's a really bad take. Don't wish death threats on people. Don't criticize them for playing a fucking game.
They went on to speculate, does Fruit like Vay?
You can stand with your friend and dunk on JKR. These are not mutually exclusive. True. It wasn't poorly phrased. They were doing our favorite thing of reading way too far into it. I don't think Fruit really read super far into it. Fruit kind of kept their distance, but was like, I want to keep my distance from... I'm going to be keeping my distance from Hogwarts Legacy completely, and then does a pro-trans charity, and that means that Fruit is 100% on the side of the Twitter freaks. So, if only people didn't continue to use that. People make mistakes could be seen as low-key blaming. Yeah, that's why I said it was poorly phrased. Honestly, how would we want to phrase that kind of thing? But still, I wouldn't even say that Fruit threw Silver under the bus. I do think that that Silvervale... Okay, so what I understand happened with Silvervale and Hogwarts Legacy was she was excited for the Funny Wizard game. People were mad about the Funny Wizard game because creator of Funny Wizard game IP is a piece of shit person that made a boring and problematic universe. And then Silvervale went to play the game anyways. And then people were like, I would feel uncomfortable in your streams, or I'd feel uncomfortable in your community if you play the game. Or that's what they were saying before she got into it. And then when she did get into it, from what I remember, I don't remember the full VOD. I can find it again and really look into it. But the main vibe that I saw was people, or the main impression that I got was people being like, you call yourself a comfy streamer, but you play a game that makes me feel uncomfortable. And my opinion is, if Comfy Streamer plays game that makes you feel uncomfortable, don't watch those streams. Even if I fucking hate Harry Potter, I don't care if people play it. I don't care if people stream it. The important thing is saying, hey, you know how people are using this discourse to further marginalize people that are being directly fucking targeted by the government. Modern day. Let's just not talk about it. Because, we want to separate reality from VTubing. We just want to have our fun. We don't want to think about how the people who listen to us and genuinely think about what we have to say or are genuinely influenced by the things we say and how they take that and bring it into their real lives. You can separate your appreciation of fantasy and reality all you'd like, but there's still a correlation that does transfer. The people that fall into reactionary thinking from all this discourse don't just suddenly get neutral when they hear about trans people in a different context. They associate trans people with the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, and guess what? That further dehumanizes them outside of the VTuber community, because even though we're all VTubers, we're fans of VTubers, we love them, we're people. We live in reality, and we still have our thoughts are still influenced by the media we consume, regardless of what medium that media is.
Maybe, but I doubt she likes
Ah, yes, the reality fictional separation, something all good weebs and nerds have to understand. Honestly, yeah. You call yourself a comfy streamer, but you play a horror game? Betrayal? True. God, none of your business. You got a lot of good bangers.
Silvervale. This, as Minty pointed out, pay attention to how the replies are mostly normal, upset but supportive, or just surprised. Compare that to the quote retweets on Fruit's polite response saying, if you support trans people, that's throwing Silver under the bus. Further stating, but harassment is never okay though, huh?
I saw this tweet. I saw that going around, and I actually agreed with it. It's like, all the regular replies to Shoujo's announcement were more or less supportive. I had a Joker moment phrasing with my response, but I don't think I did any harm there. This, however, does kind of come from the mindset that, like, you just want to... I guess I got full truth. And whether I need to fill up space with the world's most calming voice. Oh, you check out Bunny Hearted too? She is such a great voice. If you support trans people, that's fine. Silver under the bus, according to them. No, the throwing Silver under the bus was the everybody makes mistakes comment, which could have been better phrased, but I would not call that directly throwing Silver under the bus. That was Fruit appealing to the PPs in order to not piss them off. That's who Fruit cared about not pissing off. Because from what I've heard, Fruit has a trans sibling, and that's why they actually give a shit about trans rights. And, like, even friends of mine get meme tweet or get meme responses with Silvervale's face and a hand with a finger pointing at the screen that says cockroach. And I am 100% willing to bet that Silvervale herself would condemn that person that made that post. But people just assume she's okay with it because she played Hogwarts Legacy. I really hate that people just don't like nuance.
Never okay though, huh? Other reactions include this one by Golden Tatsu, who tweeted, "If you blame the trans community or Fruit or Silvervale leaving V Shoujo, please go outside. Going after the trans community for this, especially, is a disgusting take." And Toshi Mama, who said, "Everyone's talking about the transphobic stuff that's been going on, but in my eyes, Vei and Silvervale didn't really fit in V Shoujo." Meanwhile,
Yeah, like most of these are.
Savvy Senpai tweeted, "Going through the comments makes me realize how invested some people are with talent groups. Good and bad, sometimes it seems a bit unhinged.
A lot of
Wishing
these are
everyone
solid
the best
takes.
of luck and let people do what's best for them without bringing up every bad thing that they have ever done in life. For the most
Yeah, that last one, totally agree.
part, departure has been bittersweet, with Shiro tweeting, "As sad as it is, all journeys come to an end. Silver and Vei will continue to create amazing content and will continue to cheer them on as always. This isn't the end, but merely the next chapter in their story. I can't wait to see what they'll do next." And True the Orca saying, "As sad as we
Hey,
are about this,
Trua.
all journeys eventually have an end. Though this is the end of Silver and Vei in V Shoujo, this only means they will grow, blossom, and flourish even more outside of V Shoujo as individuals, and continue to pave their own amazing paths." Silvervale tweeted this art of her and Vei by Alex at
Oh,
Maple
yeah.
Keurig,
Smart false. I saw that art. It's actually really super cute. I really like it.
saying, "Indie babes." And in the words of Silvervale,
Indie bitch.
that's all for this episode. As always, feel free to like, comment, and subscribe below. Send in your VTuber news to our Discord, and we record live on twitch.tv. We'll have more things VTubers say for you soon.
Yeah, poggers. I wasn't super able. I'm fucking busy person. I'm not able to do the research that False can. That's why I like his shit. He covers like a lot of different stuff, and he thoroughly covers it. I'm far more about the commentary part. But yeah, this Hogwarts Legacy shit has just been a shit show all around, and honestly, I would love to stop talking about it. But, you know, I'm a commentator, so I comment on Twitter drama, discourse. Yay. Where's my phone? I literally just heard it. Currently not recording the segment right now. Where's my phone? I gotta clean this place. I'm a monster. Animal. I'll have to find my phone after stream, I guess. Dichotomy of offline and online is both harder and softer than I imagined from what I've seen. Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. It's very, very nuanced, and to be honest, the masses do not like nuance. Okay, I'm like, hope I get my back fixed. Yeah, it happens. I'm just trying out different, what's it called? Twitter's mad at me again, huh? Oh no, it's for once it's not Twitter being mad at me. I gotta piss more people off. That's fun. Where's my phone? Where's my phone? I forget that it's one of the cameras I'm using. But yeah, my model gets sometimes super wonk, to say the least. Eh, eh. That's better. Because, like, oh, I can actually minimize, save up on storage there, I think. Processing power. Yeah, sometimes when I walk away, the tracking gets all fucked up and I get all bendy. So I just say I'm doing like a, what's it? Exorcist depression. Okay, I got like hour 45 until the hour and 45 until what's it? Don't worry, Darla, you missed the Silvervale segment. Hour 45 till the interview. And you know what? Since Darla, since you're not interested in listening about Silvervale, let's talk about something else then. That's definitely definitely very popular in the VTuber community. It's not exactly a secret that I am personally anything after the interview. No, I'm actually going to be ending stream with the interview. Like once the interview's over, I'm going to be rating out and or rating out on Twitch and then deciding or just saying goodbye to YouTube chat cuz I'm going to be visiting a friend IRL. Touch grass, touch ass, all that fun stuff, you know. Are the people that post the memes of like Silvervale pointing at the screen with the word cockroach, are those actual people from her community? Or are they people that are taking advantage of the discourse to spread hate towards trans people? I don't think it's Silvervale's community directly, and a lot of people just make that assumption because they're triggered snowflakes. A lot of trans people need to get thicker skin. And that's coming from a trans person. Who wants to talk about lolicons? There are so many, oh, so many lolicons. I'm talking about Hogwarts Legacy. I know, but I'm talking about lolly. I'll just turn in a second. I already talked about Hogwarts Legacy. I don't like Hogwarts Legacy. I don't want to talk about Hogwarts Legacy. I don't want to talk about Lolly. But, like, I'm a VTuber and it's so goddamn prominent. Oh, you're fine, Darla. even want to talk about Loli. So damn prominent. Let's. But the dead horse, we must beat it. I mean, it is always going to keep coming back up because guess what? The biggest commentator that I know of in the VTuber sphere is avidly pro Loli. So, as a VTuber, we kind of get the association of just fuck, I don't want to start it that way. I don't even know how I want to start it. I fucking hate this topic. No, I'm not actually going over a Rev video this time. But yes, I was talking about Rev being the most prominent VTuber commentator that I know of, being an avid Loli defender. I think that's honestly really problematic because, you know, people like Vosh can see that the biggest commentator in the space is pro Loli and Vosh is anti Loli, and like every progressive is. I'm anti Loli and still. Oh my god, I disagree with anti Lolis too. They got a bunch of dumb shit takes too. I'm going to be pretty clear. I am definitely on the side of anti Loli more so than freedom of art. But I won't stop people from consuming the media they like, given no actual harm is being done, even if I disagree with it. But I do wonder, is it possible for antis to sort of come to an understanding with lolicons? And we're going over a Nasagi video. Depressed Nasagi. You don't miss? He's talking about lollies. And people go after, or not, they don't go after him. They go to him for a lot of good insight. A lot of the bigger people know of him, or not. When I say bigger, I don't mean like corpo. I mean like Rev, Kyo, False, like the people around those sizes, they know of him. He's the VTuber historian. They talked about him. We found Loli neutrality. I don't know if we have. But honestly, I kind of want to minimize the amount of hate spread in the world, and I don't think we should be calling lolicons pedophiles because they like art that's depicting stuff I don't like. There's no actual harm being done. Triggered. Sagi, I used the phrase Japanimation in front of a youth some time ago, and he said I should touch grass. Oh my god, there are so many weird memes that are super duper hard to explain, and like you really can't explain unless you're in the communities and just consuming them. Eventually context clues give it. Oh my god. Okay, Misagi. I value your takes. Let's see what you have to say.
I'm feeling a bit dangerous today, and when it comes to choosing the best way to attract danger, one way is to have some semblance of discourse and apply nuances to certain topics instead of painting them as black and white. Because in
That's what I love to do too, and that's why I like you, Misagi.
the internet, nuance is dangerous. Twitter freaks are going to shut you down and morally grandstand before you even begin to speak when you do this, and everyone else is hopefully open-minded enough to try and listen.
Wait, I know Haname. Getting hate for this when I didn't even say something like all Loli fans are evil because I don't judge or generalize the entire group. Sexualizing minors and others. Okay, then unfollow, block me, seek help. What is actually the problem with that take though? Aside from the seek help line, because I don't really have any. I you know what?
And before you even begin to speak when you do this, and everyone else is hopefully open-minded enough to try and listen. You choose which one you are in this video, because the VTuber trope I'd like to take a shot at talking about next is quite sensitive to the internet. That trope is the loli. Now, contrary to what many people are going to think, this video isn't going to contain anything related to the debate of whether loli or shota lovers are considered pedophiles or not. This is more of a breakdown on the loli trope in VTubing, what it is, why it's so controversial, but at the same time, why it's so successful and how you can make it successful. Hell,
Good. I actually didn't really want to get into that because it's a fucking pointless argument of whether or not it is actual pedophilia. At least it's pointless for me to jump into that because I'm not an expert on it. I'm just a triggered SJW.
hell, the biggest VTuber in the world is a loli. The biggest VTuber in Indonesia is a loli, and a shit ton of influential VTubers openly express their appreciations for lolis as well. And that alone just speaks volumes to how popular this trope actually is despite the controversy around it. So before we talk
I would say that the popularity is definitely because of how, you know, a lot of VTuber fans are anime fans, and a lot of anime also plays into that trope. So I'm willing to bet that, that definitely influences the streamer and content medium that is so heavily influenced by anime.
about the loli, I think it's imperative to understand what defines an actual loli. A loli is often defined differently depending on who you ask. Some people think the loli is based on body type and not age, but most would actually specify that they're actual children. Both of these, while not necessarily correct all the time, also isn't necessarily wrong either. Let's have a brief history lesson to give you a better context. Back in 1955, there was a Russian novel called Lolita about a man who has sexual relationships with someone significantly younger than him.
I have heard of that book. I haven't read it.
A few decades later, the term Lolita complex was invented and is described as someone who is sexually attracted to younger girls. See, the girl in the novel was 12 years old, and even though the term Lolita does not explicitly state that it refers to pubescent girls, the book it is derived from gives that implication. But because of Japanese media loosely tossing the word loli in a lot of its characters and tropes, and even referring to characters with a petite body type as a loli, despite them not being underage, the definition became blurred.
Yeah, that's kind of a big issue, at least with me, because I am fully okay with somebody with a petite body style, or like a VTuber with a petite body style that wanted to share not safe for work art of their VTuber that they really appreciate. I would let them post that to my server. I wouldn't, however, let a fan post art of somebody else. That I would have a problem with, especially if the character themselves is not only underage but looks younger than a fucking teenager. with fictional characters, there is definitely a gray area. So I personally don't care if they like look teenager and up for a fictional character. Don't ever fucking sexualize actual minors. That's the thing.
Especially because stuff like 1,000-year-old vampires and big-boobed lolly goddesses exist. Now, like I said, both of these definitions are not correct all the time, but don't have to be wrong either. For example, if age is the more important factor, then Yuko Littner from Gurren Lagann and Violet from Violet Evergarden.
You know, I don't actually know that much about Shondo, to be honest. I saw they made I saw that in a clip that they had mentioned they had role played as Good Hitler in a Civ stream. And then I made the tweet, the Loli is also a Nazi. Shocker. But aside from that, I have no idea who the fuck Shondo is.
Both 14-year-old girls would be considered a lolly, but you'd be hard-pressed to find anyone that would agree with that. Hell, most anime girls are like 15 to 16-year-olds, so in Western definition, everyone else should be a lolly when we base it solely on this. And conversely, if body type is the more important factor of the definition, then Taiga from Toradora would be considered a lolly too. And while there's a lot of people that would say she is, there's an equal amount of people that would argue she isn't, including me. Hell, if this is the case, fucking Pippa Pipkin would have to be a lolly. In any case, nobody can just agree on what constitutes as an actual lolly. People will defend lollies and think they're just short women, even though sometimes that's not the case. And other people will fight against lollies and just call them children, even though that's not the case sometimes too. And I think that's the reason why the political debate surrounding the topic struggles to find a middle ground. Me personally, I think a lolly is decided on 3 factors: behavior, body type and design, and age.
Interesting. 60% behavior, mannerisms. Some roles are characterized as sexual, but the sexuality of being conveyed childishly implies. Speech and style quirks. Yeah, honestly, here it with fictional characters, what does it actually matter? It honestly, I would say, play more of a role if it was like a VTuber using an underaged VTuber getting into it, but I'm willing to bet everybody would agree that a minor wanting to get into VTubing should not go into lewd tubing, no matter what genre they wanted to get into. Because, you know, we all agree, don't fucking let kids go into those sexual situations. We all agree that's bad.
With the first being the most important factor, the second being secondary, and the third, not really. These are the factors I consider whenever I try to categorize a character as a lolly. But ultimately, the context of the media also matters in judging what is considered a lolly or not. So external factors always has to be considered. Obviously, I can't just list out every lolly that I know in anime and judge whether they are or they aren't. This is a VTuber video after all. The rules are a bit different. Most, if not all lolly VTubers are adult women that are actually petite and short IRL. And somehow they still get harassed even though they're just staying true to their physique.
That is honestly true. I've done that to somebody. I've made that mistake. I've burned that bridge unintentionally, and I don't know if they'll ever respond to my apology, but we can't turn away people that are actual adults living with those bodies that don't have appreciation of their bodies. They don't get that representation aside from lolly art. So I am extremely sympathetic to that situation because they're adults. Don't let children have sex. Sucks that some in the GOP would debate that. Oh, yeah, I know.
The rules are different because for one, if they aren't actually that young, they have to emulate childlike and immature behaviors in order to sell the kayfabe. Hell, some have lolly avatars but aren't.
I wouldn't say you have to. They wouldn't have to. Do the stuff for the kayfabe. They can be gremlins. Look at Vivi-chan. I really fucking like her. She's short. She's cute. She is petite. But she doesn't want to be called the lolly. And she does not want to be sexualized in any way whatsoever. So, like, that's got to be respected too, right?
Necessarily childlike at all too. In any case, if you've been in the internet long enough, this emoji is usually associated with them. And the reason why that is that the lolly invokes a certain kind of emotion in people. This emotion is called cute aggression, a massive urge to just do things to something so unbearably cute, normally an animal or a younger person, without intending to cause them any harm. More often than not, people like the lolly trope without having any sort of sexual attraction or it being their sexual preference. It can happen, which I'll talk about later, but the primary reason for people being drawn to lollies is mostly because of the cuteness factor. And while cute aggression isn't exclusive to the lolly because it can also apply to any VTuber that just has this overwhelming aura of smug and nuisance like Sakamata Chloe, it's mostly associated with lolly VTubers due to their nature of being childlike. But you see, lolly VTubers don't actually have to act like a child. They just have to have immature traits that's commonly found in children. And it's the execution of these traits that decide whether or not a VTuber will be considered a lolly. The most common attributes are high-pitched voices, irresponsibility, and most importantly, being petite and naive. The petiteness is important for obvious reasons.
Personally, I would think the naivety would be the biggest part. The immaturity, yeah, sure. Like, you want to sell that kayfabe, but as long as you do also indicate that you do have a mature mindset in other ways, like you don't even have to do it constantly. You just kind of subtly signal at it. More than enough for me. What do I care?
Reasons, but let's talk about the naivety part because this is relatively more complex. Naivety isn't exclusive to the young, nor are lollies the only VTuber trope that can use it. For example, the Seiso has naivety as an important trait as well. Naivety is just more commonly found in young people, and the reason why people are so drawn to it is because it's disarming and cute. There's a certain kind.
That's fucking true. People aren't. I would honestly say, from my full understanding, or yeah, from my 100% full understanding of everything on the context of lolly, the majority of people that like Gura, that follow Gura, are not because they're physically or are not because they want to bang her VTuber, but because she's funny and she's cute, and her design is simple yet eye-catching, which is the best kind of VTuber design.
Kind of appeal to an innocent, ignorant person, and it incites an instinctual must-protect feeling that ultimately leads to the cute aggression. This youthful trait is often associated with happiness and everything right with the world. Ignorance is bliss after all. People get cynical the more they learn about the harsh realities of life, so seeing an ignorant, innocent ball of sunshine just makes you want them to stay that way. While the trait itself is naivety, the effect it produces is called moe, and again, this is
Oh, I never actually saw the full definition of moe. Context of Japanese popular culture, the quality of a fictional female character, being youthfully innocent and vulnerable in an idealized way, perceived as eliciting feelings or affection or protectiveness. Ah, okay.
is the main selling point for lolly VTubers. Gura exemplifies this trope more than anyone, not just because she's the biggest VTuber in the world, but because she's a fucking dumbass. If you have heard of her stories, you probably know that Gura is often mistaken as a child by other people. According to her, is small enough to be considered a loli, not just in character but also in real life, but also has the attributes that give her childlike qualities which can invoke this massive surge of cute aggression. Her character has all the childlike traits that makes the loli trope work. She has a rather high voice and speaks like an absolute zoomer. She gets into a lot of situations that only a child would get into, is quite emotional and open to a lot of things, and most importantly, she's pretty fucking dumb at certain fields. She makes very simple spelling mistakes, is absolute garbage at math, often relies on other, more responsible members in myth or adults to make decisions for her, is easily dumbfounded, and is quite meek. All of these are attributes commonly found in a child. In fact, being a dumbass is a key part of Gura's character appeal as a VTuber. She wears that trait on her sleeve and is proud of it.
That is very true. Like, I don't actively follow Gura, but the stuff that I have seen of her, like clips and stuff, she has really made me laugh with the, I would say, playing up of the quote unquote funny dumbass trope. Seriously, she is funny. There's a reason she's the biggest VTuber.
It doesn't matter if all of these are an act, because regardless if she's actually this naive or not, Gura sells the illusion really well and has communicated to her fans not just in words, but also in action and past stories that she's actually this naive. Gura just talking in a goo goo gaga manner wouldn't be able to sell the illusion of the loli enough, because whatever act she set up since her debut has to be put on consistently throughout her entire streaming career to actually sell that trope. And the reason why she's the best example of this aspect in the loli trope isn't just because she's the biggest and most successful VTuber, but because she has done exactly that. She has sold the illusion really well. Gura has convinced her entire fan base that she's an actual dumbass loli that must be protected in real life. Hell, people think Gura is so defenseless and immature that they literally threw shit at Kali for inviting her to a party and leaving her to her own devices. The first few stories and
Calliope invited Gura to a party and then didn't spend the entire party with Gura? Oh, the shame, the horror. Cancel her. Cancel her.
and acts she put up on debut were half convincing, and most people thought that it was just an act for funny haha moments. But her being this consistently naive throughout the years has literally had people wondering if she's actually as dumb as she shows she is. And that is the perfect execution of the naivety appeal. It doesn't matter if the loli is actually dumb or not, what matters is that the audience thinks they're dumb and loves them for it. Which in retrospect sounds a bit weird because someone's idiocy being consumed as entertainment and even in
It's more complicated than that. There's a bit more to it. Please share your thoughts. But it's not as bad as they made it out to be. I'm curious. Okay, fair enough, fair enough.
encouraged because it's cute and funny sounds very degrading and dystopian. Oh. Oh well, whatever. Anyway, naivety and joy isn't just the sole appeal of the loli. See, young people are full of themselves, even when they're absolute idiots, and for loli VTubers, emulating this can be very fun and effective in entertaining your viewers. If naive innocence is the way to enhance the cute part in cute aggression, cheeky brattiness is the way to enhance the aggression part. When people are full of themselves, they become annoying. So when lolis showcase this attribute, one's annoyance and one's endearment clash in this beautiful, chest-squeezing, insightful feeling of just wanting to squish their fucking cheeks and correct them. Gura also showcases this attribute. Aside from being a dumb shark, she's also pretty cheeky and sassy. While she sucks in some fields, she is actually really good in others. See, Gura is dumb, but she's not stupid. You don't become the #1 VTuber in the world just by pure coincidence.
Oh, you're
She's a
fine.
great gamer than one might think, knows which buttons to press with her chat, has a sharp tongue, and 100% understands the internet more than a lot of people. She knows how to piss people off well, and chooses scenarios where she can end up as the butt of the joke. Like Pecora, Gura charges into random situations and speaks her mind before thinking, and she does so with the utmost confidence a lot of the time, so when it backfires, whether genuine or by design, people get aggressive and proceed to tease the absolute hell out of her. However, unlike Pecora, Gura
People she invited over were drinking and rowdy, and she wasn't expecting them to act like that way or something. So Gura left on her own around those people. And better. Oh, okay. So, like, from just that, I get the vibes that Callie was just wanting to have a party. But wasn't expecting it to get too rowdy, and then it ended up getting too rowdy. Okay.
is a loli and has all the charms associated with it. So the way people laugh at Pecora for being dumb is different than the way people laugh at Gura when she's being dumb. Now, there's different ways of being cheeky. Aside from having great banter with your chat, you can also incorporate cheeky sassiness into your kayfabe or character itself rather than your personality. See, some people just don't know how to be sassy and smug. They're too soft that way, and it's just not in their personality. So if you transplant
That's true. A lot of people need to actually figure out how to get a lot better with their sass. Sass is funny. Just a miscommunication that could have led to a stressful situation, but ended up leading to nothing. No, yeah. Miscommunication's a bitch.
Plant that energy into your kayfabe instead, you do well as a loli and will actually help you in the long run. One of the most effective ways to transplant this into your kayfabe is being a chuny. Chunies incite a lot of emotions. For one, it incites a part of that ignorant innocence appeal because when you're young and a chuny, you shamelessly show off your imagination and
This is half remembered. That's totally fair. I wasn't taking it as like this literally happened. It's just this is what I assume happened given the context I know.
let your creativity run wild. It may be cringe and you may be judged, but deep down, there's some degree of appreciation and awe people can give you for being that shameless. You don't care about people's opinions because you're dumb and ignorant. You don't care about conforming to society or embarrassing yourself because you're just having fun and you're happy. And while you may not know much, you know that what matters in life is having fun and being happy. A stark contrast to everyone else in the world that is riddled with worldly problems and adult responsibilities.
God, I love Junie Bio. I don't know what that is. My favorite OC that I played this one entirely. Nice. And hey, if you're thinking about getting into streaming, you should. It's fun to try out. Low confidence, joy, optimism, and global conquest. Who doesn't love that?
Meanwhile, you are just doing your own thing, a free spirit basking in unbound joy. People will see this behavior and wish for you to keep being that way. Fans will recognize that old spark they used to have in you and will want it to keep burning. An ultimately fruitless attempt to bring back even a semblance of the youthful happiness they used to have. Their happiness is your responsibility.
Oh, when you think you have magic powers but you don't, something like Megumi. Oh, okay.
A symbol of the joy they should and could have had as a child if they just decided to embrace the cringe. If they just decided to be themselves. Or, you know, people just like them and go. However, we're not even done yet because all this time we were ignoring the elephant in the room. See, everything I've talked about so far is the appeal of the loli VTuber without its sexual aspect. Because like I said, most people actually like lolis without any sort of sexual attraction. Again, moe is the main selling point of the loli for most people, unlike the mommy or the Coomer baiter who has sexual appeal as part of theirs. The term "don't lewd the loli" exists for this reason. People wish.
Wait, there's actually a term? Huh. Ravioli, don't lewd the loli.
To preserve the youthful ignorance and moe that's inherent in the loli. But unfortunately, some people like it spicy. Some people like seeing this youthful ignorance solely for the reason that it feels good when they see it crumble. Some people like breaking taboos. And as such, people find pleasure in defiling the innocence of the loli. And most often than not, it's the sexual kind of pleasure. Or, you know, some men just like their women petite. Who am I to judge? I'm personally of the medium is premium opinion. But I'm not going to go over the sexualization of the loli in the general sense because I'd really just like to talk about VTubers. Everyone else can go argue on Twitter if they want to talk about that. You see, in the VTuber scene or in Japanese media in general, lolis often have sexual undertones or proudly flexes their tender loli appeal in the faces of the masses despite the act being so controversial. Gura is yet again a big example of this. Gura doesn't explicitly hornibait or use her body as a key component of her appeal, but she does not shy away from utilizing that whenever it suits the moment or whenever she feels like it. Like I said, Gura understands the internet deeper than most people, and it just so happens that the internet is full of sexual innuendos and lewd jokes, most of which Gura is familiar with. There are entire compilations of Gura being yabai. In fact, her panties being shown in her 3D debut and teasing the audience about it is the most replayed, clipped, and viewed part of that stream. Hell, she has an entire
Shocker.
animation that has her naked and running around in the first half of the video. Gura knows how to use her sexual appeal wisely. She does it in the most opportune moments and uses it sparingly, ensuring that when it does happen, it's more effective and that it's more cute and funny than arousing. And in doing that, despite the shark being very open about her sexual appeal is not a key part of her character or her presentation. Even if her presentation...
Thank you. I actually didn't know that about Gura. That actually really makes me respect her more, honestly.
Has her half naked a lot of the time. The science behind Gura's conception of her character and how she delivers her act and kayfabe as a VTuber is a fucking masterclass, and I think I might have to deconstruct the absolute genius of her character in the near future.
Oh my god, please do, because just going in with it. Actually, kind of, but not really, Blaze. Going into why Gura is so goddamn successful could honestly be very, very beneficial. You've touched on it a little bit, Nasagi, but holy shit, you could. I think a lot of people could really benefit from your insight on that specific subject. Please do it.
There's a science to be explored here, people, and I want to get in there. In any case,
Giggity.
lolis have to be rather subtle about their sex appeal more than normal, not just in their behavior and kayfabe, but also in their character design. A loli VTuber with a full-blown bikini and shamelessly showing off their body parts to appear to lolicons is bad design. Fucking obviously. That just tells me you're insecure and you're just banking on lolicon coomers to make your money. That tells me that you have a personality as flat as your chest. But a loli VTuber with an option to show their shoulders, pits, or tease their thighs instead of having it full hog is a good way to show the audience that you're not afraid to use your sex appeal, but that you're not intending for that to be your main selling point. It's just something to spice things up. As a design standpoint, Gura pretty much aces it again. This is Gura's main outfit. This is her second outfit.
It is always about Gura, isn't it? She is the queen loli.
This is her third outfit. The first one is standard, the second one is cute, but the third is regal but also evocative in a certain sense.
It is. The over-the-shoulder look is very evocative. It gives you, or it attracts your eye to there, and it makes you think that, or it starts leading the mind into more arousing directions. Gura is the best loli. Honestly, I can't argue with that one.
Yet none of them are inherently sexy. From a design standpoint, Gura has a pretty good justification for showing off her skin. Gura can use her sex appeal and justify being naked and lewd because in her lore, she's an Atlantean princess that's trying to fit in with the surface world. She washed up on some random beach one day in her attempt to explore the land, and she has no concept of nudity being inappropriate. This allows her to have outfits, portrayals, and designs that show more of her skin, but also allows her...
Yeah, I was referring to how my eyes are attracted when seeing the over-the-shoulder kinds of top. And I'm willing, or kinds of blouses, whatever. And I'm willing to bet I'm not the only one out of 8 billion people that think that way.
to act pretty fucking stupid when it comes to lewd stuff. That's her excuse, and it's a pretty damn good one. You can have all sorts of reasons to be lewd as a loli. It could be for lore reasons or kayfabe or because you just want your character to be a pervert. But the one reason you must not be lewd for is that you wanted people to come on you during stream. You have to justify being lewd. This doesn't just apply to lolis, it applies to VTubing in general. But the reason why this must be understood for loli VTubers more so than anyone is because
Am I lost? No, I'm not lost. I'm enjoying Nusaki's video.
Twitter is going to be up on your ass about it. That's if you care for Twitter's opinions, of course. But again, if you cannot justify your lewdness and just go full hog, you won't be appealing to anyone aside from lolicon coomers, and trust me, that's a kind of niche that a lot of VTubers need to be wary about. I mean, it's profitable, don't get me wrong, but it's not worth it, dude. That being said, the loli trope is popular and valid. Lots of VTubers want to take on a loli form as their internet persona, and no one has any right to reject those people. It could be that they are petite short women IRL. It could be that they just want to roleplay. The numbers don't lie, and the numbers state that lolis are profitable and that they're effective as a trope. Lolis were always here and will never go away. In fact, there will be more, and no amount of harassment is going to stop that. Anyway, yeah, that's about it. See ya.
Yeah, like I've said before, Nisaki doesn't miss. What's a coomer? Somebody that masturbates to certain things. It gets thrown at tons of different contexts. It's mostly just people who think more with their dick instead of their brain, so to speak. But yeah, Misaki had some really great points there. I mean, hell, he's even helped push my he's helped change my opinion on Loli. Cirrus has as well. Yeah, Dick Thinker. Yeah. Like I'm not gonna I have had Joker moments where I've said less than ideal things about lollies. Am I going to make like a public apology video about it? No. Am I going to correct my behavior and not repeat it in the future? Yeah. Reminds me of the Seinfeld episode where Jerry is playing chess between his brain and his dick. I don't think I've saw that Seinfeld episode. But yeah, Misaki has a very good point. Lollies were here first. Just, the lolly is an anime trope, and that anime trope carried forward into the VTuber communities because, surprise, surprise, people that use anime avatars to make content with are influenced by anime. Who would have fucking guessed that one? Okay, I got like an hour before what's it called? My voice cut out. What was I saying? My voice likes to cut out and I fucking hate it. So I guess I got like an hour to chill. I do want to go over that video game. Video game thing. Streamlabs posting stuff to chat doesn't like to see post stuff to YouTube chat. Yeah. Hey, if you want to watch something cool, you could watch Esoterica, which is cool religious and culty stuff. Well, the thing is, do I want to start up a segment that could take me over an hour. Because, like, an esoterica video is like an hour on its own. And depending on how much I agree or disagree with the video, it could take very, very, very long for me to cover it. Let's see. Like, I'm also tempted to cover.
Hey, guys, Rev here.
Yes, thank you. I'm also tempted to cover a Rev video because, honestly, I think I'll agree with it. But it's like a 15-minute video, and I have turned like a 20-minute video into an hour and a half because the way people have been wrong are just so fucking wrong that you need like a few minutes to explain. Oh, I'm a big tired. The video games person video is only 20 minutes. Rare Rev agreement. Well, I mean, I did actually agree with Rev mostly about the Mr. Beast's friend. The main thing that I had a problem with Rev's video there was that he played into the trans people or groomers rhetoric. I don't think he intentionally did, but I don't think he cares that he did either. So, like, you know, I won't call him transphobic, but I assume you guys understand my position of you can do a bad thing without being entirely bad. Like, you can do a transphobia without being inherently transphobic. Because if I'm not going to label people as transphobic unless I have direct malice proven about it, like J.K. Rowling. But like I don't have direct proof of what's it called? Silvervale actually being transphobic, so I refuse to call her transphobic. I haven't personally seen any statement of like the people saying or the people using my name to call others cockroaches are not welcome in my community kind of thing. It's a pain in the ass. I'm browsing. I'm glad I'm not sharing my screen right now. Because I'm fucking half and horny popped up on my timeline. Good times. So the video game guy is only 18 minutes with 2 minutes as he scheduled to start. Yes, but if it's a video I disagree with, it could turn into an hour and a half, and I have, or it could turn into like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and I have 1 hour. That's why I was considering I'll talk about it tomorrow on stream and like fully cover it and not feel like I would have to rush myself into it. Hey you. Hey you. Gaming? I could play game for an hour. I did also send a like just playing them. What? I did send the person I'm interviewing a message, but like, cause I'm gonna see if they want to get started sooner than later. Show us my search history. How do you want to see my search history? Where is it, anyways? Oh, there it is. Like, my search history is mostly just the stuff I was just on doing on stream right now. Oh, aside from that, Twitter, which is public, so like, there's that. How long have I been streaming? Started at 10:30. So like 2.5 hours? Well, as is. Okey-doke. I might go for a little breaky point. Hmm. Huh. Yeah, so I can't use my friend's library. That sucks. Uh, yeah, I might do like a little break. 'Cause, I'm not sure what I'm gonna be getting up to. I also enjoy taking drag. God, I don't even like drag shows. But I fight for the right to have them. I gotta remember, I gotta keep looking up. Because otherwise, my head tilts down like that and I don't like it. At least it seems I dealt with the blinky problem. I'm curious. I will show you some behind the scenes fun. Definitely want to turn up my saturation. Because I don't know about you guys, but I feel a little too pale. Especially when you compare it to my Koikatsu art. Effect settings. I can't tell. Oh, there we go. I want my eyes to pop a lot more. I love it when they pop. I think that looks pretty great. Kind of like that. Get the eyes to glow a bit, make me look less pale. Because I am not this pale IRL. I don't like that either. I'm going to leave that, actually. Oh my god. How does that look on stream. Oh, not terrible. It just looks bad on VC Face, the program itself. Ah. So yeah, I'm gonna take a tiny little bit of a break. We're going to see if Isopod is down for interviewing. I confirmed with them yesterday that they were, if they were still interested. They said yes. We've been having very friendly DMs, though sparse. So I'd like to think that it's happening. Oh wait, are they responding now? They were offline when I sent the message. Yeah, they're responding. Finished segments a little early. Wanna jump on stream for the fingers crossed they want like 15, 20 minutes essentially. Because then I can wait. How's that look over myself? Okay, that's not bad. Oh, that full body tracking that I was talking about earlier on stream. Holy shit. I want that so bad. But how is it with individual finger tracking? Because this one's not too bad if your hand is in the right spot. But if you start going into weird finger configurations, it starts to lose tracking. When in reality, it should be showing both my hands. It's I don't know. I like being a 3D with the hand tracking. Though I do feel like a lot of 3D VTubers that use the hand tracking just kind of keep their hands up constantly and then over talk with their hands. That's kind of why you see me only using like one hand, because like you see me like this. This is literally me resting my chin on my thumb in my hand, typically because I'm thinking. I actually really like that I have that ability as a 3D VTuber. Aesthetically, it is far easier for live 2D streamers to be, super close to that anime. But like, give me a little better outlines. Give 20 minutes. Okay, perf. I can go for a breaky. Okay. Typically, honestly, I'm not sure how I feel about like putting music on for a break. Cuz like I would imagine some people would just mute it and then forget to check back in on stream. So like it's going to be silent. It's just going to be a silly meme. You can tab off, but we need high fidelity hand tracking for the Italian scene. You make a good pasta. I can say that my stepbrother's Italian. But yeah, no music so that you can leave it unmuted. You can go focus on your thing. I'm going to say hi when I come back. Okay? Have fun, y'all. I'm going to go get really stoned, and then I'm going to get to meet a new VTuber. Alrighty. I hope that wasn't terribly long for everybody. I'm back. Get that out of the way so I don't have to pay attention to that. I've just got my... Oops. Alrighty, it sounds like Pod, the person I want to interview, or the person I'm going to be interviewing, is ready to go. Whew. Oh, let me double check my eyes. What? Oh, right, that gets hidden. Vtuber. Honestly, I should just use a group for that. Group. Oops, B. Oh, that was supposed to be my PNG tuber. That's okay. Uh-oh, they sent a busted PNG. Ah, right. I wanted to actually double check their answers to my application. Brush myself up on who I'm going to be talking to. There's a handful. Oh, shit. They sent me their PNG. I fucking love it. PNG. Right now we're kind of waiting on there. So I'm just setting up Discord reactive. I'm gonna need to quickly apply their model to their thing. Not a big deal. I just want to make sure it's scaled right so it doesn't. So it's not a complete cunt. With there. Not a complete cunt with setting up Vtuber. Because, like, if the scaling of the border is all wrong, it's weird. Going to be talking with a new, or I don't know if they're new or not, but somebody I haven't met before. Somebody goes by the name Isopod. I don't recall if I've interacted with them too much. I interact with a lot of people. I love their design, and here they are.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, this is exciting.
I do love my interviews. I just want to.
I found out about you through so I was doing a commission for another VTuber, and I obviously with my clients I like to like check them out and like see what they're doing. And then I was like, oh my gosh, she's an interviewer. She interviews VTubers, and I've been watching your videos for like about a month now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I was like, I actually planned on submitting like an application for your like interview show a lot sooner, but then I kind of just wanted to wait because I wasn't sure if I could like do it or not. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna try.
Honestly, I'm glad you did. There we go. Swap it over to the proper panel. And honestly, my interview shows, I do kind of focus, or I have kind of had a focus of talking with VTubers, but that's mostly just because that's the majority of people who I've been interacting with. I am more than happy to interview artists or musicians, riggers, all that stuff. I just haven't really had much contact with people that have done that too much.
That's awesome.
So, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody? Name, pronouns, that kind of thing? Or how you like to be referred? You don't have to give your proper name.
Yeah. So my name's Mary. I go by Mary or Nanahyaku7 on YouTube and Twitter. I also have a Twitch that I stream on, but recently I've been really wanting to focus more on like YouTube and short form content. My pronouns are she, her.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
I will definitely want a link to your platforms so I can also put that in the video when that goes live.
Oh yeah, totally.
So you said you were wanting to get into YouTube and Twitch. Is there other platforms you're wanting to get into?
I've been using Twitch. Technically I've been like VTubing for, well, technically about 4 years, 3 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I rebranded recently, and I never, I guess, took it seriously, and I'm kind of just focusing more on like creating things that I want to see rather than, I guess, trying to grow my online presence, which has just kind of been like my motto, or I guess philosophy for this. It's just me wanting to make things that I enjoy, and if anybody else enjoys them, then that would be nice.
Yeah, that's essentially what led to that mindset is what led to my current content path with all my commentary I've been doing about VTubers lately.
Oh yeah, of course.
And that stuff, or like putting out that kind of content, is what will give you that organic growth, which is what everybody does want in the end, isn't it? So you go by Mary. Do you go by any other nicknames?
Just Mary or like Nana Hyaku7 or just like Nana.
Okay, Nana Hyaku, right?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yay. Do you happen to have a catchphrase?
Not really, no.
Not everybody does. I
Mhm.
loosely have one myself, but I don't even use it every stream, honestly.
Yeah. I use a lot of like I guess southern sayings in my streams and stuff, but I don't have like a designated catchphrase.
Yeah, I get that. That's kind of a trend with a lot of the people I've been talking to.
Yeah, I say happy as a clam in high tide a lot. That's kind of fun.
I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah.
Happy as a clam in high tide.
Happy as a clam in high tide. Madder than a wet hen. That's a good one.
that is a pretty good one. I haven't heard it before, but I get the context completely.
Mhm.
So, can you briefly describe your lore and or aesthetic? Because, like,
Yeah, of course.
look at that design. Holy shit.
Oh, thank you so much. I designed it and I am in the process of rigging it myself. I went through like probably 4 or 5 different design variations,
Oh, yeah?
but I'd be happy to tell you my lore.
Please, go right ahead.
So I'm I guess kind of like a demigod. My entire like lore is based around the well, Japanese, but mostly Eastern Asian um uh legend of the like the red string of fate. So that motif is kind of throughout my design. But my mother was one of the goddesses of fate, and my dad was a human. And for the majority of my life, I lived in, I guess you could kind of refer to it as heaven, but it's like a non-corporal realm. But because I was like half human, obviously with the limitations, I'm not very effective at like godly duties and stuff like that. Um, so they kicked me out and they sent me to Earth, but I'm just trying to work as a priest to guide people towards their fates. But I'm not really into being a priest, so that's why I'm moonlighting as a VTuber.
Oh my god, I love that. I I can definitely relate. I didn't fit in with where I came from either, and now I'm here.
Yeah, typically how it goes.
Yeah, that's a pretty common trait among VTubers. Um,
Yep.
what kind of audience do you want to reach?
I kind of want to see if I can. Obviously, I'm very small right now. I think I've like less than 50 subs. I haven't checked. Um, but I want to cultivate an audience of like people who, first of all, enjoy metal and hardcore, because that's a lot of the music and projects that I'm working on, and experimental content. And I also kind of want to raise more awareness around disability and invisible illnesses. And then I also want to incorporate some more of like my art into my content. I'm just not fully sure how I want to go about that yet.
If you don't mind my asking, what kind of art do you get into?
I do obviously I do anime illustration. I sell prints and stickers and stuff like that at conventions and at
Okay.
art fairs and stuff. But I also do like graphic design and posters. Recently I've been getting into making I'm working with our local Food Not Bombs to create some harm reduction posters. So like posters about carrying Narcan and stuff like that.
Okay, nice. I definitely think there is room for art streams, especially if like you're working on commissions or stuff that you're planning on selling at conventions. That would be a great way of not only promoting your art, what you're selling, it would also be actually being able to make some content out of the process of creating that art.
Yeah, I want to do art streams mostly. Like when I do streams, it's just I have roommates right now, and while I have like my own bedroom and stuff, I get paranoid about them hearing me late at night, which is usually when I get home from work. So I'm kind of putting those on the back burner for now.
I can get that. It's not exactly easy to get into streaming if you know that you're going to have constant interruptions, I guess, with
Yeah.
roommates and IRL stuff.
Mhm.
Like I personally had
Um,
to move my setup into my bedroom just to minimize the amount of peanut gallery comments.
yeah. It's like when I was living with my sister last year, I just she didn't know what VTubers were. I had to explain them to her. And that was a fun conversation. I love my sister. But I she left for work a lot like on business trips and stuff. And I just like called her one day and I was just like, "Hey, I'm a streamer. And I'm streaming right now. So when you come home, if you could just like be quiet." And she was just like, "Oh, okay, cool." So,
Well, honestly, just be upfront about it. Most people are pretty chill. They're pretty cool about it.
yeah. I think it's funny because my parents and my family and like friends and stuff have always just been like, "Oh, Mary's just doing something online." They don't ever know what. They're just like she's just kind of doing her internet stuff, her little anime stuff. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah. I like doing my anime stuff on the internet too.
Mhm.
So, what inspired you to start getting into making content?
Um, I've been making content for probably about 10 years. Just in general, I had a little Animal Jam YouTube channel when I was a kid, in elementary school. So I guess that technically counts as being a content creator.
I would say
Um,
so.
yeah. So I guess you could say I've been doing it for over 10 years. But for as I guess as long as I can like remember, I've just always wanted to create things, create art, and not necessarily music. That's something that I've gotten to into in the past year, but I don't know, it
Okay.
just always seemed like the logical progression of things.
Yeah, for me, I've always been a bit of an entertainer at heart. I first got into theater production, sort of, in fifth grade.
Oh yeah.
I I played lead roles in high school plays, and then I also made shitty YouTube videos back in high school. And I was kind of like
Mhm.
off of the content grind for a while, and then in later 2021, I want to say, I started actually
Mhm.
getting into streaming regularly. Yeah, 2021. This
Yeah.
uh this June will actually be my second year of streaming.
Oh damn, that's exciting.
Yeah, I should plan something.
Yeah, you should do like a Zatsu or something.
Do a what?
A Zatsudan stream, like a
I'm
chatting
familiar.
stream. Just do like a little party stream.
Oh yeah, I'm
Yeah.
thinking about it. I did that with Oh, thank you, phone, for letting me know that the interview's coming up. My model just went wonky because I blocked the camera with my hand for a sec. Um, well, we did touch on how long you've been creating content. Uh, what with the kinds of content that you do want to do more of, do you have a preferred one?
Um, Recently I've been getting more into like musical stuff and covers. I want to start doing more collabs with people. I guess technically this is my first collab that I've
Oh,
done.
really?
Yeah. Um, Definitely want to do collabs. I want to do karaoke streams, and I want to do a lot of like just chatting streams and just things where I talk about, I guess, just whatever's going on in my mind at the minute.
Oh, you definitely
Um,
should.
yeah, and I also want to find out a way that I can incorporate art into like shorter style content. I want to start making tutorials, but I'm not very good at explaining things, so I haven't been able to like put the time aside to like I guess create a formula for that, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty decent at explaining things, but I do have a problem or an issue with like I can forget of like pretty I would say pretty important talking points when I'm in the middle of recording a segment, and then like after my segment I'll be all, "Ah, shit, I should have mentioned that. Oh well, next time."
Mhm. Absolutely.
Is there a kind of content that you have tried but you don't really want to keep pursuing?
Um, I I enjoy streaming, but I feel like in my early days I tried to focus on quantity over quality. And I would do really long streams, and since then my health has gotten worse, and I've just kind of realized that while I do enjoy streaming, I can't stream for 2 hours is about my limit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
I also used to do a lot more gaming content, and now I just haven't been gaming very much. So I'm like, I'll do it when I want to do it, but I don't want to force myself to do it.
yeah, like I personally haven't been getting into too much gaming very much.
Mhm.
Like I don't even remember what I played last off of stream, and even on stream it's been all just chatting stuff except for playing Stardew Valley. But while I was
Stardew
playing,
Valley's great.
pardon?
Oh, I just said Stardew Valley's great. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh no, it's okay. I just didn't hear what you had said, so I was wanting a little clarification there. But like
Yeah,
with that Stardew Valley stream, I was responding to videos essentially. I was watching a video, playing my Stardew, and then debunking terrible feminist or terrible anti-feminist arguments.
that's awesome.
That was a fun video. I'm glad it hit 100.
I've been recently wanting to get into like video essay type stuff as well. I've come across this sounds kind of odd, but just bear with me. I've come across a subreddit. It's r/dead bedrooms, and I go on Reddit. I just look for things that interest me. That's the one that's currently interesting me. Um, and there's so much shit on there that just makes me go, what the fuck? Because there's so much, I guess, there's so many people that, for lack of a better word, it's like male entitlement that's kind of rewarded on that subreddit. And I'm like, women do not owe you sex, you know? And it's so weird because it's heteronormative, but it's also transphobic and homophobic, and it's just really fucking weird. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I feel like it'd be interesting to make kind of like a deep dive video on that.
Honestly, I think you should. Video
Yeah.
essays aren't really my strong suit because I have done some, holy shit, I gotta take a million takes. I gotta take forever to write this script, but I also work full
Mhm.
time. So that's why I kind of lean
Mhm.
into the content I'm doing now, where I just say whatever's going on top of my head, and then cut a stream video into my YouTube videos.
Yeah, and I enjoy that content. I really liked your videos about Rev.
Oh, hey, thank you.
No problem.
Um, do where was I? Do you have a goal with your platform?
Um, I I guess in terms of like goals and stuff, um, I really enjoy the way that specifically Iron Mouse talks about her disability, and it's kind of something that is on the back burner. And I think in emails we talked about, I said that I didn't want to say exactly what I had.
Nor do you even
And
have
that,
to.
oh yeah, no, I know. And that was because I'm in the process of so many diagnostics, and I don't want to be like, I have lupus, because even though I've been diagnosed with lupus, um, I there's still so much going on. There's still so much like uncertainty surrounding everything that I just kind of want to be a support for like general invisible illnesses rather than anything specific. Um, but that's one of my goals.
That's a good goal to have. A lot of people do kind of go into the pushing for specific causes because those are the causes that affect them directly. For me personally, I
Yeah.
push for all kinds of causes because I know the ones that affect me directly have quite the goddamn impact, and I know that, or I can use empathy and think, hey, those people's struggles are probably comparable to mine in some ways or not. And they
Yeah,
deserve to be
exactly.
treated with dignity as well.
Mhm. I don't have much content on it because, like I said, I'm still kind of carving out what I want to create. But I want to make more stuff about, feminism and feminist topics. I want to create a decent amount of content that I guess keeps the focus off of me and more so what I want to say, and also my viewers. I have a list of content that I'd like to create. Um, and one of them is a toilet review where I review viewers' toilets.
That might just be absurd enough to get a lot of clicks.
Yeah, I'm like, this is the type of shit that I would enjoy watching. It's not hard to come up with video ideas, even if they're so stupid. If I just think about, like, what's something that I would want to watch at the end of the day and just something that, like, I need a laugh, you know?
Oh, yeah, I totally get that.
But another thing I want to do
Mhm.
is, I guess currently a lot of the music stuff that I'm doing right now, um, obviously I'm doing it because I enjoy it and I love it and I love Utaite stuff, and I I just I have fun singing and stuff even though I'm not very good at it. I have fun with that stuff. But I'd like to create an audience so that I can do a lot of interactive content with viewers.
Oh, I know that struggle very much as well. Like, I've done very, very long streams of 7 Days to Die, and I don't know if you know, but it has Twitch integration where chat can influence the game. They can spawn specific monsters. They can participate in different polls or different votes that affect the game. Can spawn bosses, can spawn weapons, all that fun stuff.
Hmm.
But like, I've done a literal 24-hour stream just to see if I could to like
And
1, 2 viewers at most at peak.
hmm
Most of the time it was 0. but it was mostly just to get used to doing it. See if my computer could handle it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to phrase this next question a little differently because you're just getting into content creation a little more seriously, I guess, right now. What
Yeah.
is something you feel you could really use advice on specifically with regards to content?
I think it would probably be just the mechanical stuff, like how to build an audience. I'm not good with streaming technology type stuff yet, like OBS. I'm working on rigging my model, and that's been a very lengthy and fun process because I've already rigged my previous models before, but this time I'm actually trying to I'm trying to make the rigging part of the art rather than just a chore that I have to do to make the mouth move and make the eyes move and stuff like that. But I guess it's just all technical stuff.
There are definitely avenues to explore. There, I believe Stream Scheme is a good one to look into for technical tips on streaming and
Huh.
as well as growth ideas. Though I would say that there are some pieces of advice for general streamers that actually don't, I would say, don't apply to VTubers. Like specifically, one that's on top of my head is that you shouldn't put your face in the thumbnails because nobody's clicking on you, especially when you're small and growing. But that is kind of different case for VTubers because we have such unique designs. We're not just, I'm going to be honest, we're not just some white guy with brown hair in the thumbnail that looks like every other white guy with brown hair. A lot of VTubers can look the same, sure, but most of the time, having our face in the thumbnails relating to the video actually preps the audience for what design you're looking for. When people don't see, or the people don't really think about this with their thumbnails a lot of the time, is you want to design them to be what, or how do I want to phrase this? You want them to, you want to think about them from the context of somebody who's never seen any of your content before.
Yeah.
Having your face in there as your VTuber will show people that have never clicked on your content, oh, that's what this person looks like, and that's what this video is about. Perfect.
Yeah. That's great to think of it like that.
And like honestly, I wouldn't consider myself a big streamer. I've got a decent following on Twitter, but like I'm a few hundred subs on Twitch, couple hundred followers on YouTube, which I mean, I remember the days where I was starting with literal zero and I would never believe I'd even hit 100 on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
But like it's been an interesting ride, at least in my case.
I hit 100 on Twitter a little bit ago, I think. Ooh. Yeah, I guess I'm at 153 now, but I've not really been focusing on branding my Twitter as like a VTuber Twitter, and I guess that's kind of my issue. I just kind of been shit posting on there.
Yeah, I do a lot of shit posting on there too. Honestly, I would say you don't necessarily need Twitter for growth. It's mostly been good for me in getting in contact with other creators and giving me the ability to be able to interact with them directly, be able to get them on stream for collabs and all that fun stuff. But like
Yeah.
the size of my Twitter is irrelevant to the size of my YouTube pretty much. I have a few people that have come from Twitter to check out my Twitch, but for the most part, at least in YouTube's case, it's been way more organic growth because it's people watching my videos and then come and checking in. Most of the time,
Yeah,
people just don't transfer platforms.
yeah, same here. Though I've been wanting to switch from Twitch over to YouTube, and that is because I watch a lot more YouTube streamers than I do Twitch streamers, and I don't get Twitch. I don't understand the meta. And
The meta?
I know that the meta regarding Twitch.
There's a meta?
I think so.
I am so out of the loop on that. I just hit go live because, or I just multi-stream to Twitch because that's where like half of my chatters are. When I first
Yeah.
started going on to YouTube, I was doing or I'm still doing streams to both, but the majority of my chatters were all on Twitch. And then lately, since I've had those videos out that are available 24/7 that people can check, and they're literal segments from my streams, people know what to expect from my streams. They're more likely to watch me on YouTube now. So I'm actually having like a 50-50 audience for chatters.
Hmm.
It is interesting. They both have their ups and downs. Twitch, I would say, can be easier to grow your live stream specifically, but YouTube is better for organic growth faster than Twitch.
Yeah.
If you... No, not that one. I want to ask, is there a kind of content you've wanted to make or see but feel like it's too niche?
Definitely. I mentioned rating my viewers like toilets, rating their bathrooms. Another thing I want to do is do a stream where I write explicit Beatles fan fiction. And it gets increasingly explicit until the video gets banned or until the stream gets taken down. Specifically the Beatles. I don't like the Beatles.
If you want to piss off a boomer, call literally any band the Beatles.
Yeah.
Or just compare them to the Beatles in any way, shape, or form. It's really fun.
I also want to do some crafting streams and some cooking streams and stuff. I've been wanting to do my own Decoden phone case, which is like those phone cases with the like frosting on them and stuff.
Really? I don't think I've tried those personally. They sound interesting.
Oh, they're
though.
gorgeous. I've wanted one since I was like probably like 10 years old. Ever since I saw them, my 10-year-old weeaboo self would be so excited.
I can imagine.
Another thing I want to do is like Wikipedia and Reddit surf. I want to read the Apocrypha, so the books in the Bible that the books that were in the Bible or were rejected from the Bible that were written by the apostles.
Wait,
I believe.
there were books written for the Bible that were rejected. I thought all the books
Yeah.
for the Bible were God's word. And how can they reject God's word?
I don't know.
The answer
but-
is religion is full of contradictions.
Yeah. I also want to read some commie shit. I want to read like some theory and stuff on stream because I haven't gotten a chance to. And
You want to go over capital?
yeah.
Nice. To be honest, I haven't gone anywhere into the theory. I don't care enough personally. What I do care about is the economic and political prescriptions put out by that ideology, and that's why I align with it the most.
Totally.
But
I also
I
want to
imagine
do.
I could benefit from reading theory. So seriously, put out videos of you going over theory. I would definitely watch them.
Hell yeah. I want to do streams on where I read like killers manifestos and stuff, but not in a true crime way, but rather like I want to do the Elliot Rodger manifesto. I've already read it a couple times before. But I would like to do a video or a stream on that.
Of like diving into the mindset, trying to understand.
Mhm.
Nice. That's the kind of stuff I like to do too. Though what I'm doing is like entirely VTuber focused.
Mhm.
Uh, you had mentioned you're working on your model, rigging it. Is that the biggest project you're working on?
Probably not.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Currently I'm working on a tsunami cover. Tsunami or Tsunami. Tsunami by Finana Ryugu. I already have the cover done and mix and everything like that. I had one of my friends mix it, and I'm so excited because it sounds so much better than anything that I could have mixed. But I'm working on the music video for that, and that's a beast. It's taking a lot of toll on my computer.
Oh,
But
jeez.
I'm currently planning on doing like a Midwest emo / hardcore / screamo EP.
Oh,
Something super small, like 3 to 4 songs. I'm not production's gonna be super, I guess, lackluster for lack of a better term. Just like me and my guitar and Audacity.
the
But
industry term is scruffed. At least the
scruff.
VTuber industry term.
Oh yeah, scuffed. Yeah.
Scuffed.
Super scuffed, super just something I want to make. Maybe make like 10 copies of it on CDs and just keep them, give them out. If anyone likes it, if anybody would like to listen to it, I might put it on Spotify, but I don't I'm not a musician and I don't want to become one. I just want to make cool shit.
That is totally fair. I've also considered diving into that realm of content, but I don't really have the skill or know how myself to compose. I've got a decent set of pipes.
Mhm.
But you were saying screamo music. Do you
Yeah,
growl or scream?
I need to get better at screaming. I can do a metal growl. I can do like metal, I guess you could call it screaming. Um, but I'm not that great at it. Um, I think that I would probably benefit from going to like a vocal teacher or something like that because all of the music stuff I basically started and I said, okay, I'm gonna start making music. I'm gonna start like singing and putting my voice out there and stuff like that. And then when somebody tells me I'm bad, that's when I'll stop. Um, that's what I said. That's what I said I would do. I was like, as soon as I get any kind of pushback, as soon as somebody says, "Why are you putting this on the internet? Don't put this on the internet. This is gonna suck." Um, that's when I decided I'd stop. And after a while of just waiting for that to happen, enjoying what I was doing, and being like, "Well, I'm just gonna stop when somebody says this sucks." I haven't come across that moment yet, and I've been having fun, and I guess I've been building up enough confidence to, I guess, keep going. I'm like, I'm just gonna keep doing this until I get bored of it. But it's been about a year. and I haven't gotten bored of it, so there's that, I guess.
Yeah, we'll see where the wind blows with that one. And
Yeah, exactly.
I would honestly say if/when you do get pushback on it, try to take their pushback with a grain of salt. Because I in high school I was in guitar class and I went to perform a song.
Hmm.
I get the mic ready because I like singing more than playing the guitar. And somebody in the front, a classmate, was like, "Oh, you're going to sing again?" The
Hmm.
teacher had said, "Oh, don't say that," kind of thing. But the damage was already
Yeah.
done. And like after that, I kind of ended up dropping the class. I kind of moved away from music in general, aside from just being a listener, which is a real shame because I got a really great growl and I would say I got a pretty decent set of pipes.
Damn.
I don't I don't know if I've actually done my growl on stream or something.
I want to hear it.
My full-on demon voice.
Hmm. Only if you're comfortable with it.
Oh, I'm pretty comfortable with changing my voice around for mostly comedic effect. Cause like I love
Yeah.
to be, I talk like this all the time, and it's really funny to me to just drop into a super low voice and throw people right the fuck off.
That just threw me off.
And then I can go deeper.
As fuck.
I've been able to do that since I was like 17, 18.
It's hard for me to do. I think I have a pretty low and like definitely nasally voice. But there's been a couple times that I've been able to like drop my voice in a really weird way. Um and I've just like I don't think I'll be able to do it right now. But my roommate back in freshman year of college, she just like asked me a question one time and I was just like, yeah. Which it doesn't sound very good, but it was like abnormally low for me, and she was like, "Mary, what the fuck?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do that to my friends IRL. Like they know I can do that, but it's like they keep saying it's night and day every time I say it. Every time I do that to
It's
them.
definitely night and day.
For me, like being the one with the voice, I don't hear as big of a difference. I can tell that there is the pitch difference, obviously, but you
Mhm.
know, brain chemicals say bad, so I gotta
Yeah.
fight that. But like, holy
Mhm.
shit! Like everybody has been positively responsive to my voice, so that's very confidence boosting, and I
Oh yeah.
definitely hope you still get more and more positive feedback regarding your music. And I would also like to hear some of that on the down low if you're comfortable sharing that with me.
Hell yeah, of course. I can actually send you the tsunami cover if I can send the right file. But I can send that to you because I've been wanting to show that on stream or in a video or something like that before the cover like MV comes out, just because I've been so excited to share it. And um my friend who mixed it has been like, "Mary, when's the MV coming out?" I'm just like, "I'm trying."
Well, if you do feel comfortable, please send it. And once we end the call after the interview, I'll share it with stream.
Hell yeah.
Um,
Mm.
to move on, where are we at? If you could collaborate with any content creator, who would it be?
Ooh. I think I would have to choose recently I've been obsessed with like the friendship between Enna Alouette and Kyo Kaneko from Niji Sanji En.
Oh yeah?
I'm like, I would love to meet them. I would love to talk to them. I would also love to collab with Ina from Hololive and Futakushi Mana. She's like the metal tanky VTuber.
I'm gonna be honest, I am only recently getting into the corpo side of VTubing, so I'm still learning all these people. But I like metal.
Same.
I do listen to like every kind of genre essentially, but I tend
Yeah.
to default back to listening to rock and metal. Though lately it's been more of a pop, J-pop vibe because, well, I discovered Gura and Calliope are on Spotify, and they got bangers.
Oh yeah. I think Girl really did snap with shit. What is it called? I
Reflect?
forgot. It's like oh shit. Shit, I can't remember. What's her song? Gura song.
Reflect?
Reflect. That's what
Yeah.
it is. Yes.
Yeah, Reflect is such a banger. I love it so much.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of Maury's music, but I do think that Wanted Wasted, the fact that the oral cigarettes, because I'm also a huge fan of J-pop and J-rock as well. The oral cigarettes produced it, and I think I think it's great.
I don't think I've actually heard that one from Mori or Calliope. I've really been
Yeah.
liking her which one is it? Make 'em Afraid of You, Mara Mara, and Q,
Yeah.
the song she did with Gura.
Oh, that one's cute.
I haven't actually seen any music videos of them either. I found them on Spotify and I was like, oh shit, these are actually really good.
Yeah.
What skill would you say has taken you the longest to improve?
Art. That's what I'm going to school for. But when I was in middle school, I guess, is when I started taking art seriously, and that's when I started digital art. Probably when I was either 11 or 12 was when I got my first tablet, and I was always known as the digital art girl in school. But it wasn't until quarantine that I realized that I needed to seriously like get better, because if I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because obviously I have, disabilities and stuff, and I'm very physically weak person. Um, and I kind of had to reevaluate and be like, what will make me happy? And I I came up with only art will make me happy. Um, graphic design, being a graphic design major has the security of, having a typical major, because you can get an illustration job with a graphic design degree, but not necessarily the other way around. And I was like, this is what I need to dedicate my time and my life to doing, or else I won't be happy. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, in terms of art degrees, graphics design is a lot more secure than video game design. That's what I went to college for. Ugh, at
That's
least I'm good
cool.
at grammar now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that kind of schooling will really help you in not only your content creation, but it would also open up a bunch of different doors for you to be able to support yourself without having to resort to physical labor that you might not necessarily be able to do.
Yeah.
like I personally can do the physical labor. That's why I work in construction, even though I hate it. It's money,
Mhm.
but I can keep up. Not everyone
Yeah.
can, and it's honestly not talked about enough that just those opportunities are passed up for a lot of people and just not talked about.
Yeah, and it's looking like though that for the I kind of unintentionally managed to get myself a tattoo apprenticeship. Um, the
That's
place I was
awesome.
working at, I I thought I've been thinking about getting a tattoo apprenticeship for so long, and I just haven't been able to do it. I remember this one day, I set out with my portfolio, and this was, I guess, before I kind of understood the meta, but I went out with my portfolio and I went to a bunch of different tattoo shops, and I was just like, do y'all have any apprenticeships open? Here's all of my work. And they, some of them, obviously a lot of them just like outright said, no, we don't have any apprenticeships open, or, we don't take on just like random ass people as apprentices. I remember this one guy, he was pretty mean. He was like, come back when you're taking it seriously, which is kind of mean, but also like I
Like,
get it.
how more seriously can you take it? You got a portfolio together and you went in person to try and inquire about open positions.
Exactly.
Like,
But
that person was just a dick.
he was a dick, honestly. But I ended up working somewhere else because I was looking for a job as well at the time. And we had a tattoo artist working there, and he was planning on leaving, and I had to work on like school projects at the counter because I was working retail. And so I would just be like sketching in my uh, sketchbook or working on like a painting or something like that. And I had gotten along with this artist. And one day he just like came up to me and asked me if I was ever like looking for an apprenticeship. And I was like, yeah, actually, I really very much am. Because I didn't want to ask him, if he could apprentice me, because I I don't know. I guess I just felt like it was a lost cause at that point. And he just like said, when you come back next semester, I will apprentice you for free, or I'll take you on as an apprentice for free. I love teaching and I feel like I really vibe with you. So I just got an apprenticeship.
That's awesome. You think you'd want to pursue it though?
Honestly, the more I've been thinking about it, the more I really have, because I love the fact that tattoo artists, the job is basically whatever you want to make of it, because tattoo artists are always going to be in demand, especially good ones. And
Mm-hmm.
where I live, there's a pretty notorious niche of specifically anime tattoo artists, for some reason. And I I feel like my style is something that I can market. Um, but also I just love doing ink work and I love doing pen work. Um, so I think that if I were to be able to work in a tattoo studio, have my own, booth or whatever, work on my time and take on the clients that I want to take on, then that would be the ideal job for me.
That does sound like it would be a pretty great fit for you.
Yeah, and the money is really good too. It's one of those jobs where the amount of money that you get pretty much directly corresponds with the amount of work that you put into it.
Yeah, like honestly, tattoo artists are like one of the only like I would actually call one of the only meritocratic industries. It's
Yes,
like it's
exactly.
it's literally about proper payment for time, effort, and skill, and it's highly valued among people that don't have tattoos as well.
Mhm.
It's just I want my own tattoos.
When I told my parents about tattoo apprenticeship, my mom was like, she was worried. Obviously, I understand why she would be worried. She was like, well, the types of people who get tattoos, and I'm like, Mom, I am very well acquainted with the types of people who get tattoos. I am a member of the hardcore scene where I live. I hang out with people who are in bands, and I go and see, people, and I get thrown around in the pit and shit like that. I'm like, I'm very well acquainted with these people. It's gonna be fine.
Well,
And my
what can
dad was
mothers do worry?
yeah, of course. And I love my mom. I love my family, but my dad was a little bit like, you're gonna look like you're gonna be with truckers and motorcyclists, and I'm like, Dad, you got kicked out of a suicidal tendency show before. I don't think you're one to talk. And he's just like, all right, that's fine.
I don't think you're one to talk. You know what? That's fair. Oh my god. Wow. Um, how do you like to spend your free time not working on content?
When I'm not working on content and when I'm not playing guitar, working, or doing digital art, I like to hang out with my cat and I like to hang out with my girlfriend.
Oh yeah? I do that a lot too.
Yes.
But I think your cat likes you more than me. Oh, you did send me 2 of them. Nice.
Yeah, I sent my little Counting Worms cover that I did as a joke because I don't have any pedals yet because I'm very beginner at guitar. But I was like, oh my god, Counting Worms is so easy to play. So I made a goofy cover of it. It's a joke. I recorded it with my webcam microphone.
Okay.
And then I think the second one is the most updated version of the Tsunami cover.
Okay, he can't keep getting away with it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sharing those after stream or after the interview, because I'm enjoying the conversation and I don't want to really block it or stifle the traction, I guess, by
Yeah.
stopping it. My next question was about. Oh wait, no. Next question is, where do you want to see your platform in 5 years?
I want my platform to reflect, I guess, I want it to reflect my interests, if that makes sense. I don't specifically care about numbers, though, like, maybe I feel like if I got 5,000 followers, that might be a lot for 5 years, but 5,000 followers and, being able to just think of a topic and make a video on it, or, create music that people like, or, make art. I would like to make money off of my platform. However, I've never done that before. I've just been taking commissions and I'm kind of fine with that.
Yeah, like I'll be 100% honest. You shouldn't get into content creation with the goal of making it your career. Get into it as a hobby, and if it does become your career, that's awesome. But it's just
Yes.
not a reality for the majority of creators.
Mhm.
I did ask, or we have talked about your favorite music genre, so I'm gonna have to move on from that question. But what song would be played endlessly on loop in your personal hell?
Ooh. See, on one hand, I just want to answer with my favorite song because then it would become bad for me.
Yeah, then it would ruin
Um,
your favorite song.
what's my favorite song right now? I think my favorite song right now is probably
Baby Shark?
Baby Shark. No, I think my favorite song currently is A Boy Brushed in Black, or sorry, A Boy Brushed in Red, Living in a Black and White World. No, Living in Black and White by Under Oath. I really like that song. It's like very 2000s emo, like Under Oath, Sunny Day Real Estate, people like that. I fucking love them. But in terms of, I guess, like a quote unquote bad song, hold on, let me see. I have a playlist of my least favorite songs called I Want to Die on Spotify.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got liked from radio, as does everybody. I've actually got a playlist of songs I'd like to turn into a cover album someday.
That'd be
Got
dope as hell.
It's 11 songs long.
So I don't know this song. I just really like the title. I don't remember when I added this to my playlist, but I really like the title, and I'm pretty sure that this would be an appropriate song. It's called Staple Tapeworms on My Penis by Passenger of Shit.
Okay then. Colorful title.
Yeah. Honorable mention Woodpecker Number 2 by Murs Bow.
I can't say that I know either of those.
You definitely don't want to know Woodpecker by Murs Bow. There's Woodpecker Number 1. Is there Woodpecker Number 2? I think Woodpecker Number 2.
Hmm.
It's just sound.
It's the sound?
It's just sound. It's not music, it's just sound.
Oh, it's just noise. It's not music. Okay, I get you. I
Mhm.
get you. Do you have a food that you like that not many others do?
Mm. Think. Ooh, I don't know if I want to expose myself like that. I'm gonna sound like such an old person. I like eating like cottage cheese. Um,
And
cottage cheese straight from the can, like the little container. It's like old people who eat it on salad. I just like eating it out of the container.
Each their own. I like pineapple on pizza.
I like pineapple on pizza when the pineapple has been taken off, because I don't like the texture of the pineapple, and I'm sensitive to citric acid, so it like eats my mouth. But I love the essence of pineapple on pizza.
Fair enough. Pineapple is like the only food that tries to eat you, but you gotta eat it first in order to get the nutrients. Because it does have an enzyme that starts to break down your tongue and stuff. That's why it starts to hurt. But
I
if
have a
you do have
tongue
that,
deformity.
pardon?
Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay. I was curious what you said.
I have a tongue deformity. I have
Oh.
geographic tongue and I have fissured tongue. So my tongue looks so fucked up. It looks kind of like the tongue of somebody who doesn't brush their teeth, or who doesn't brush their tongue, because it's got like patches on it where the taste bumps are raised. And then I have like look at it in the mirror. I have a line that goes down the center of my tongue, and it looks like it's a crack in my tongue.
I can see why that would, or why that could make it a little more make you a little more susceptible to the acids of the pineapple.
Yeah. fun fact.
I I actually saw a tweet that really made me laugh when I saw it. It said penises on women are like pineapples on pizza. It's actually really good, but a lot of people are huge bitches about it.
Literally. What was it? Dating a transgender woman is like smoking a blunt at a funeral. A lot of people will judge you, but deep down, you know they want to hit.
That's a great one. Oh. If you could have anything for breakfast, what would it be?
Your mom.
Fair.
Toaster strudels.
Hog. I love those. I just don't get them enough.
I
Has
eat them
anyone
for
really
breakfast.
been far even has decided to use even go want to do look more like?
Yeah, definitely. I actually really agree with that statement, and I think that that is really true.
It is ontologically correct. Ah, that's a good one. That's literally my only ambush question. But I'm willing to bet you were already aware of it.
Yes.
What topic could you talk about the most?
Hmm. Currently, I'm really into talking about like harm reduction. Um, so like with the drug crises throughout the U.S. I have some pretty strong opinions on that. Another thing that I don't like talking about religious theorizing just because I don't know, the last time I did, I kind of had a little existential crisis. Um, kind of cried in a parking lot, but I do like talking about the Bible and I like talking about, you know, just I guess Christianity from a like a historical standpoint.
I get that. Personally, I think religion and spiritual thinking were necessary in at the start and like birth of humanity as we know it today. But in modern day, there's literally nothing that religion or organized religion provides that secular organizations couldn't also provide. People are just ingrained into thinking organized religion is the only real way they can connect with a community when there's millions of different ways to connect with communities.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is undiagnosed schizophrenia.
I'm
Like,
neurotypical, so I got to be very careful about my language regarding that.
oh, well, I'll speak on it then because I'm autistic and I have I think it's like paranoid depression. So I'm not schizophrenic. I don't hear voices, I don't see things or anything like that. But I have I have some issues with some of that stuff and I've known that like in me personally, I'm not an overly religious person until I'm paranoid.
I've heard that quite a bit where it's like there's a saying people are or atheists don't believe in God until they're about to die.
Yeah,
Something along those lines. It is. I mean, I've seen some people like that, honestly. That'll just
yeah,
they're freaking out and they start praying to God. But and like an hour ago they were saying how God doesn't exist. Like, okay.
yeah.
Well, to be fair, hedge your bets, I get that.
And I'm super, I guess, lax about religion and stuff. Like, I'm not an easily offended person, you know, and I have friends who are super religious. I have friends who are not religious at all. Obviously, I don't tolerate people who use religion to obviously,
Use it as a
justify
weapon.
hatred and bigotry. But I do. I don't know. I think I got diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension, which is a condition that's mostly diagnosed in older people. It gives you a lifespan or prognosis of anywhere between like 1 to 5 to 10 years. I do not have that. I was misdiagnosed with it, but for a solid month, I just thought I was gonna die. And
Jesus
I guess
Christ.
you can kind of, I guess I can kind of see like that in myself. I'm not sure about any of my beliefs surrounding, religion and stuff like that, but I feel like whatever anyone needs to sleep at night, as long as it's not harmful.
Yeah, I'm of the same boat. Personally, I'm atheist. I don't believe in any power, higher power kind of thing. I
Hmm.
do think religion is harmful, but I'm not
Yep.
going to take away religion from people that need it. I don't even go into anti-theist stuff unless somebody
Mhm.
starts getting in my face trying to convert me. Then I go against
Yeah,
them about my anti-theist takes.
yeah.
Otherwise, live and let live. I don't care.
I'm very against organized religion. Like, even though a lot of my beliefs do align with certain aspects of the Catholic Church, because that's just what I grew up with, I would never call myself Catholic because the Catholic Church is a patriarchy. It covers up, child abuse. They throughout all of my Catholic schooling, I was taught that the Catholic Church was like this weak, powerless church that didn't have any, like we don't have any power in the real world and stuff like that. And turns out, you know, when I realized that the Catholic Church is the power of the world, everybody, every single religion pretty much, has certain ties with the Pope. The Catholic Church is the most powerful organization in the world. Y'all are not victims.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even Protestants, I got that problem with too. Though it's just
Yeah,
not as talked about or
yeah.
known.
Mhm.
Like I was personally raised Protestant, but
Mhm.
my parents also instilled like a very strong distinction between or a very strong instillment of separating fantasy from reality, which is
Yeah.
really funny to me that religious people did that to their kids because that led me to leave the church, and I'd left the church through irrational logic, and then I'm staying away from churches because of rational logic.
Yeah.
It's like impossible to get to rationalize or ration people out of religion. You got to
Mhm.
If you're trying to deconvert somebody, you got to meet them where they're at.
Yes, exactly. I As soon as I realized that I was not straight, I my hatred was not directed towards, the church for basically, I guess, you know, trying to oppress me and keep me down and stuff, which me personally, I haven't gone through, you know, I haven't gone through nearly as much stuff that a lot of people have. I understand that I've been privileged to, even though I grew up, queer in the deep south, and my parents were very homophobic. It's like once I was finally able to come out and everything like that, it was fine for me. And um I don't think that any organization that has children, you know, once they realize that they're not the norm, children wishing they could kill themselves, children wishing they were different. I don't think that that's someone worth supporting.
Yeah, for me, it's a lot more of the disliking the preachers and the heads kind of thing, rather than
Yeah.
liking it as in total.
Mhm.
Disliking. Though, what topic would you like to avoid at all costs?
Ooh. Trying to think. Usually I try to keep most topics, like, I guess, out there, If something makes me uncomfortable, then I'll just, say, "I don't wanna talk about that, that makes me uncomfortable." Um, that's a difficult one.
Yeah, for some people it is. For me personally, I don't really limit what I can or what I want to talk about on stream, or what I will tell other peoples that they can't talk about. As long as they're sticking to TOS, people can say whatever they want on my stream, and I can say whatever I want to push back or reply to. That's just how I do it.
I mean, honestly, I feel like if somebody was, like, talking about, I guess, justifying things that are, like, very obviously evil, like,
Like some of the
I
stuff
don't know if
Matt
I can.
Walsh says. Yeah,
Yes, yeah,
that
stuff that Matt Walsh says, stuff that
I I would
sympathizes
definitely
with.
be pushing back against. And uh some of that's a lot of that stuff I would consider is against Twitch TOS, so probably wouldn't even have them on stream given the chance. I'd have them on
Yeah,
YouTube though, not Twitch.
I think when there's a topic that I don't want to discuss with somebody who I know has a very different opinion of me, and I don't than me, and I don't want to bring that subject up because I know that we're gonna have heavy differences, and I can't give the emotional energy to, I guess, argue my point and justify my position, then I just don't want to bring it up.
Yeah, that's fair. I get that too. I do enjoy conversation. I do enjoy disagreements with people, but then
Yeah.
I I will put the caveat. I enjoy good faith disagreements with people. I really
Yeah.
hate bad faith disagreements with people where I'm making a lot
Mhm.
of good points and they're just not listening to what I have to say and being a little shit disturber.
Yeah. My mom used to be very homophobic. She was really homophobic to my sister when she came out. Um, but when I came out, I was met with pretty much nothing but, exception from her. And my dad isn't the same way, but at this point I don't really care, you know? But I love having conversations about gay shit with my mom because I feel like now, genuinely, I can have a good faith conversation with her about things that are important to me, and I don't feel like I'm either A, being patronized, B, um, I guess being like having everything chalked up to like, yeah, but you're still gross, you're still wrong, or whatever.
Yeah, that's why I don't really like arguing on Twitter, but I
Mhm.
engage with it to try and goad people into being like, "Hey, come on stream, let's talk this out." No clip, no out of context clips, the full conversation from hello to goodbye on out in the public so we can actually have a nuanced discussion. But guess what?
I
My
will admit,
opposition doesn't want nuance.
no, I will admit though that I'm a dick on Twitter. I'm mean to people on Twitter. And it's not people that don't deserve it, but I need to chill out because I know that I will get banned. Um, but it's so hard to not just want to go on Twitter and just tell people how fucked up and wrong they are.
Yeah, it is fun to get people riled up when they're wrong.
Absolutely. Like, I've been a troll since day one. You cannot take that from me. But I need to tone it down.
As long as it's not leading to any direct harm, I have no problem with trolls. I find trolling
Yeah.
funny. It's like the people that are playing with emotions and going into like honestly problematic behavior territory with that's when I get the problem.
Yeah.
Who is the most interesting person you have met or interacted with?
Ooh. Most interesting person?
Yeah.
I think I've got to go with my friend Emily. She's not a streamer or anything like that, but she is a member of multiple subcultures. She's one of the most talented people I know because she's a multi-instrumentalist, I think that's what they're called. She has a chronic illness that, due to her family's, like, I guess, experimentation with stuff like that, with, like, medical stuff, she has survived past, the time that the average prognosis, and, like, the experimental medication and stuff like that, you know, is the reason why she's thriving. And she's insane. I'm insane. I love her so much.
They do sound like a wonderfully inspiring person, honestly.
I love her so much. We went to the dining hall at my school with we took a cheeseburger from the grill and we put it in the sink. And then we took pictures with the sink burger and then we made my girlfriend eat it.
Your poor girlfriend.
I punched the burger and then I was like, here, it's a snack for you. We also put it in the sink. And her ass ate the fucking burger.
I retract that statement. Your girlfriend knew exactly what she was putting in her mouth.
She did, and I torture
that.
her. I torture her. I told her that I was put on earth to make her life miserable. And by miserable, I don't mean actually miserable. I just mean, like, I was put on this earth to bully her and to mess with her and to annoy her.
I got some friends like that. Though I will be fair, I am mostly that friend in the friend group. Like when I'm
Yeah.
hanging out with my IRL friends, who I'll be hanging out with after stream, I will be, or we'll just be hanging out, making a random conversation as we do, and then I drop like one of the most annoying dad joke kind of things, or like something that's just blatantly obvious. They see like a bird or something out through the window, and they're like, "Hey, what's that?" Pointing at the window or door or whatever. And then I go, "It looks like a door to me." And then they just look at me. Why am I friends with you? Like every time. And we're like really good friends. I love to do that kind of humor.
I brought my cat over to my girlfriend's place, and my cat meowed, and I always talk with my cat because she's my best friend. Why wouldn't I talk with her? And
Right?
I decided to just keep meowing, and so I just like went up to my girlfriend, and then I just like sat on her chest, and I started meowing, and I wouldn't stop meowing, and then she like pushed me off of her, which it wasn't actually like pushing off. We were kind of wrestling, and then she had to like put her hand over my mouth, and I was like, oh, and then I licked her hand, and then I kept meowing.
Could have made them muffins. If you could have lucid dreams, what would they be about?
I've never had a sex dream before. I'd love to have a sex dream. I've never had that before.
I'm gonna be honest, for how lewd a tuber I am and the art I make, I've never had a sex dream either. I get
Me neither.
close. The second the fun begins, I always wake up. Always.
Yeah.
I haven't had a wet dream in the entire time I can recall. So
I don't think I've ever had one before, but I have a lot of nightmares because I take trazodone, and it's a really fun medication because it will just randomly give you like the most traumatic moment that you've ever experienced, but like amplified by 10. And so I'll just like wake up and not be able to move for like 10 minutes, and then my entire day is just soured sometimes.
that sounds like a healthy medication.
It's fun though. It's like gambling. It's like, oh, will I be traumatized tonight, or will I have a dream? Like last night I had a dream that I had a pet bird.
Nice. What kind of bird?
It was a old world sparrow.
Little sparrow.
Yeah. I dreamed that he like flew up to I was like on the balcony of my parents' porch, and he flew up to me, and I just started like feeding him, and then he didn't want to leave, and so he just sat on my shoulder.
That's pretty cute.
I think his
Personally, I
name was
don't.
Jake.
Jake?
Yeah.
Jake the bird. Personally, I don't really have